you!
You're scared. And you should be.
This is not your company anymore.
Leave the cheek of CM Punk.
Out! Combo move! This is what they've been doing! Hey, McAfee!
Everyone shut the up and sit down!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick!
I'm Mina Shirakawa. I used to be a model. I want to put on a big show.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade J.J. Williams. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Hangman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when, what's his name, did his promo Monday. He said, I'm from a prestige university. I said he majored in Steiner math.
We've got the Heb man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool and dumb things on the internet.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of fucking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears, because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where as fans we do have these desires for what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rap is whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan than with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week, because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining Chase U was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
He said that so like.
They got the whole intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just think how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with All About Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name, so he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen. first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
Ah! All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday.
If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James is talking about.
So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this special edition of your weekly moderate conversation of wrestling madness. That is the Sunday Shenanigans. And once again, I have been put in the proverbial seat to host this moderated conversation this fine Sunday afternoon with the sun shining. It is I, the Superman Noah Foster. Good to see you all once again. Thank you all for tuning in, whether live or on demand. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. If you want to dictate the conversation, super chat as simple as that. I really don't have an itinerary, so you all might literally direct the conversation. I know, of course, we have Survivor Series coming up. We just came off AEW Full Gear. Phenomenal show by AEW, in my opinion. We also had Tony Khan speak with Ariel Helwani regarding the state of AEW and other things, getting more into the creative process and its mindset. And we have the Continental Classic coming up this Wednesday Eve on Thanksgiving Eve Dynamite, and we will be covering that here at Super Studios. And I want to give a shout out to members of the Super Studios fan that are currently covering JCW as we are simulcasting. But do not fear, I am never alone as I have to moderate who knows who. But this time, she's yours, she's mine, she's our Canadian friend, Ash.
Hello.
Hello, Ash, the Getchy Boss. How are you this fine Sunday afternoon?
I'm good.
It's good to see you, and I love the little Yoda Suji, the fleshy, arigato. Of course, the World Tag League is going on, and we might go into a little bit of talk about that as well. Well, without further ado, again, folks, if you want to get the conversation, let your questions be known in the chat. Please share the link, like, share, subscribe to Bad for Wrestling, subscribe to Rage of Wrestling. And I think without further ado, Ash, and for those that are actually tuning in to me speaking on a Sunday afternoon, let's get into it. Again, it's been another wild week in this crazy fandom we all share that is simply put,
So long that the old narrator got tired of waiting that they had to hire a new one.
Professional wrestling, damn it! As, of course, I always talk about with my passion. And it's good to see Emmanuel in the chat. And again, not sure if we're going to have it because, yeah, exactly. That's what we got in the afternoon. That came from last night. And again, Safet, good to see you as always. Appreciate your support. Well, Ash, again, it's Sunday afternoon, so this should be unique. I got Kabasa waiting for me. I got rest that I usually do. I got video games. So let's just go ahead and have a nice little chat like we did in the Simple Session. For those that haven't tuned in, please go check out me and Ash's Simple Session at the Simple Man's brand. The next episode will be coming here very soon with our Mighty Morphin Pink Power Ranger, Dattila. So please stay tuned. Ash, let's just start right off the get-go. What's been on your mind lately regarding professional wrestling? What's something that has piqued your interest? Why don't you go ahead and open up the conversation?
So right now, I think I'm going to be tuning into AEW Dynamite on a weekly basis because this is going all the way from Wrestle Dream. And this has been like the most I've been consistently watching Dynamite in quite some time because for me, I have a hard time getting into the weekly shows because they're like very hit or miss. They don't really like feel cohesive enough, especially going into the pay-per-views. But I will say this. AEW's done a hell of a good job getting me invested not only in the weekly shows, but using those weekly shows to build towards the pay-per-views. Because for a while, there seems like to be a disconnect between the two, and AEW's finally got that down to a T now. And I'm really looking forward to how they follow up from Full Gear and what's going to happen with the Continental Classic, because even though I don't do a good job of keeping up with them, I do love me some tournaments.
You and me both. M1 Victory, 5-star Grand Prix, G1 Climax, and of course the Continental Classic, the round robin staple tournament of all elite wrestling. And yeah, it does feel like, and I actually did watch the media scrum because after looking at the Universe of Hawaii, we could probably shed some light on that too in case you also took some cliff notes on that or the scrum. It does feel like even in Tony Khan's words, he feels a lot better in the flow, the presentation, and what we have done as of late in AEW. There has been more of a consistent analysis with the pay-per-view flows going into each other. The go homes restructuring into a 3-hour special, Dynamite Collision, not doing something the same day up, but giving a bit of a preview with the tailgate brawl, while also giving an insight towards what's to come for those that watch on social media platforms. It does feel like they really have restructured the business plan, but it's more comfortable for Tony Khan, and I think also more comfortable for the all-elite audience, except for the preview time. But it is what it is with that. And I really have noticed quite a difference in not only the roster outlook this year, but also the product. For a duration, I thought that Collision was more consistent than Dynamite, and then it juggled off Dynamite again, and Collision was inconsistent. They kind of been juggling with the two, but when it comes to, as of late, with these pay-per-views, especially on Go Home weeks, bringing the two together, there has been a stronger flow and consistency in the storytelling. I think I said last night on the X when I talk about AEW being a staple of violence can tell a story. And AEW certainly proved that last night with AEW Full Gear on multiple fronts. To your point, we had, of course, returns, we had upsets, we had championships change hands, championships remaining and retaining. I'm sure we'll talk more about that here shortly. But I do like that outlook, and I also love the fact that, again, we got the Continental Classic coming up, and Tony Khan did elaborate that we'll be bringing the blocks out very soon as far as going to be participating. So that's some reliable information for you from Bossman himself. Speaking of reliable, before we continue into the shenanigans this fine Sunday afternoon, also part of the conversation and the commentary last night, and Mr. Reliable himself, why we call ourselves the Super Reliable Studios, it is Walter Cruz. Walter, how are you this fine Sunday afternoon? Good to see you.
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Doing good.
I'm suited up and I'm not laying in my bed right now watching New Japan Pro Wrestling. This is weird on a Sunday afternoon for me, but I'm fine, honestly. We're basically right now just free roaming, and Ash basically had an open thought about AEW's structure this year and the flow of the product and how the Dynamites and Collisions sometimes inconsistent with each other, but when it came to pay-per-view time and doing these 3-hour specials as of late, they really have brought home the show. So what do you think about that, Tig? What's been your thoughts late on the products flow, the TV products into the pay-per-view and vice versa?
For AEW?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fine. I mean, living on the West Coast helped me. It's okay in terms of how long they go, but they do go pretty long. But you're paying for this pay-per-view, so you get your money's worth. Like the people that are complaining that it's too long, you paid to see it. You're getting a better product. Like look what WWE is doing. I'm sorry, the ESPN era, they've been giving a lot of bad pay-per-views, and you have to pay this extra, what is $30-something to get ESPN. So like if you're gonna make us pay, give us a product worth it. AEW has always delivered. Maybe they don't tell the greatest stories, or maybe the storylines on Dynamite and Collision don't match what people like, but you can never ever say that the pay-per-views don't deliver. They're like Amazon. They deliver every day, whether it's Sunday, Saturday, or whatever.
I like that you got a prime focus here, but also to every fan, their own perspective. And to some people, there's a short-termist pension span. There's a closed-minded blind vision to the entire wrestling business. And there's also that brand loyalty and tribalistic tendencies. Again, I don't judge, but again, it takes all sorts to make the world go round. To good, there is evil. To bad, there is nice. To AEW, there is WWE. Speaking of which, why don't we go ahead and try and merge the two together, and let's go ahead and segue into a little bit of a conversation on Ariel Helwani. Ariel Helwani, of course, had a sit-down interview with Tony Khan for the first time ever in person versus virtual. And yes, I did watch that entire interview. Before I go any further, let me ask both of you, have either of you looked into this interview at all, clip notes, or have heard it?
I did watch some of it. I got up to the point where I didn't like really hear all of it, but I got to the point where he was talking about Chris Jericho's status, and then I had to pause because I we were doing the watch along.
That's fair. I literally watched the entire interview prior to coming on to call AEW with all of you. And again, for all that tuned in last night, thank you so much. You continue to let the passion persist and pursue as we do this for all the biggest shows, favorites, and POs across WWE, AEW, NXT, ROH, TNA, independent promotions, including not limited to HOG, JCW, GCW, as well as New Japan Pro Wrestling. And stay tuned for more on that. So I love the fact that JJ said it best himself. And shout out to the regular moderator, regular wrestling JJ Williams, who encouraged me to go watch it. Because you all know I don't follow dirt sheets, I don't read reports, I don't read in the interviews. I just enjoy them, enjoy professional wrestling, and enjoy calling it with all of you here. And I hope everybody else get a sense that you can sit back and enjoy wrestling without being overly critical about it. This interview felt very casual. It started off thinking about Tony Khan's creative process and how he bounces off town ideas, but at the end of the day, he's the man there. No one else is. Here's a key sentence. No one else is there at every show. Pay-per-view, Collision, Dynamite, anything AEW, Tony Khan is there forefront. He is the man. He is the plan. He is the official behind the creative. But it's also a board of people that also help him with those launching ideas. And of course, Town also have their own thing. Brian Daniels saying, Christopher Daniels, you think about the women's division here. Of course, Sky Blue wanted more hardcore matches. And it's not so much pleasing everybody as it is to make sense of what he wants AEW to be in his own creative vision, but he still considers everyone else's opinion, including the fans' outlook here. So let's go ahead and just look real quick at the creative process here with Tony Khan, since he really took the helm at the beginning of the year. Again, Tony Khan put this all on himself. For a duration, he wasn't sure what to make of AEW because he wasn't as in-depth on it. So do you guys think Tony Khan has improved the AEW product this year, being more on the forefront of the creative? What's been your outlook on Tony Khan's creative process this year?
It's been very hit or miss because sometimes, like, the storylines, not all of them hit and not all of them are as cohesive. I will say, at least for this, he did a pretty decent job because, especially in dealing with the Death Rider situation and Mox's title reign, they did a good job of. I'm not sure what the entire plan was, but getting a title off Mox when they did was the smart idea. Although there's heavy debate about, was Hangman the right person? Because especially with the title run as of how it was, because Hangman's like one of those people who are good at the chase, not so much as the capture. Because once he captures the titles, they're put in a situation where what's next for the person.
Yeah, it does seem like we've had those moments of hit or miss and question aside. So I thank you for that aspect, Ash. Walter, I'm going to go ahead and move things forward, giving you this food for thought. Ariel Hawani also asked Tony Khan a lot about, people like that could be leaders in AEW, champions. And one of the people that Tony Khan is very high on, for example, is Darby Allin. Darby Allin, of course, who is a stuntman. And of course, all these ideas do go through Tony Khan's approval. Only one time Tony Khan thought that Darby took it too far, and that was with Sting's last match with the Swanton Bomb through the glass. The existential circumstances of the extreme violent nature of AEW, going back to his love for ECW, some people have kind of turned an eye towards, but even Tony Khan admitted that Darby Allin took it too far at one point. I think goes to, again, Tony Khan does see what his product has an effect on when it comes to people who view this company. So, Walter, I'm going to ask you this thought here. Do you think there was a point where someone took things too far in AEW that Tony Khan should have, maybe in hindsight? And he admitted that he has made some mistakes. And again, being a guy who's been literally a wrestling fan turned to booker, entrepreneur, wrestling owner, and still surviving right now with a company that has definitely been thriving in its own way since 2019, 6 years going, longest reigning company right now. And of course, TBS history, as they did do the spring break for this year. Do you think there was a point, though, that Tony Khan should have been more hands-on and maybe, discretion should have been advised and maybe a stunt that was going to be applied, whether it's Darby Allin or somebody else this year? And what's your outlook on that?
I don't think anything went too far in terms of anyone being unsafe or anything. I mean, at the end of the day, if your performers want to do this and they can do this safely without injury or as safe as possible, then I say let them do it. Now, visually, the waterboarding was a little too far in terms of watching it. And a lot of the stuff that they do with Darby and what John Moxley does can be a little too far. But that's just personal taste. Like it's up to the person. But if that's what your performers want to do and they can safely do it, then I say do it. But visually, as a fan, the waterboarding and stuff was a little too far for me.
Okay, I think that's fair. I do think though there is a certain point that you need to be like, okay, I get it. You're trying to recreate something that's crazy as the Die Hard scene with the bazooka and the bullet, but we don't need a man literally lit on fire or literally carving themselves worse than a turkey through glass. And again, I'm a masochist for violence. We covered GCW for Pete's sake, which is the death match promotion, which is not always death matches. Again, shout out to James and company that's covering that. But there have been some extreme circumstances there that I do think even all of us can admit was like, you might have taken a little bit too far there. But, you know, hindsight is 2020. Some other food for thought, the loyalty to Warner Bros. Discovery. Talking about the outlook of AEW and maybe expanding the brand. At the forefront, Tony Khan does not consider who necessarily might be the highest bidder because he is loyal to Warner Bros. Discovery ever since Zaslav finally got removed from that committee, to the point now we got Mark Briscoe as the spoiler alert, by the way, folks. Mark Briscoe is now the face of TNT. Stay tuned for more of our afterthoughts in AEW Full Gear. Ash, what do you think about Tony Khan's loyalty to his primary business partner, Warner Bros. Discovery, instead of maybe branching out to something further than that? Do you think there could be a detriment in the long run? Because again, we don't know how much longer this could go. I mean, let's look at WWE, for example. They always went to the biggest bidder. They lost how much money on that Fox deal? And right now they got TKO that has merged UFC and the Saudi Arabia deal and all these different revenues and outlet points here. It feels like WWE has more money than know what to do with, but the product is still hurting because there is also the aftermath of they no longer really have family-friendly pricing. And another aspect of Tony Khan is he wants AEW to be affordable. He welcomes all fans. He's literally pointed out verbatim, he welcomes anybody that's a fan of any company that's a fan of professional wrestling come to the show. And he always wants to make sure that he has that affordable ability to a fan of professional wrestling. So look at Tony Khan's mindset where he's not a money mark. He truly is a wrestling fan, and he wants to make sure that everybody can be involved in it. Do you think that could be a detriment towards him down the line? Because again, we do have to wonder what Warner Bros. Discovery up in the air as far as who might buy them. It is one of those things where if you're so loyal to them, if their business strategy changes your outlook on what they mean to you and your product, he's going to have to figure out something else. Another thing to consider right now, think about combat sports, professional wrestling, and other forms of entertainment. He is probably the only one, I believe, and I think he said this, and I think Ariel may confirm this. I don't think he has any association connections or anything like that relationships regarding Saudi Arabia. And I wonder if Saudi Arabia ever thought about plucking themselves in the AEW market or, you know, the sports entertainment market. Again, we know he has Fulcom, Jacksonville Jaguars. We know how many different hats that Tony Khan wears because of his family, because of his father primarily. So what's your outlook as you talk about what WWE is, not a monopoly, but a good WWE? Again, you can speak more on that. This is not Matt Money, folks, but again, it's just business talk. And yes, I do wear a suit, but I'm also not somebody that's an accountant. But I understand what a dollar sign means, but I also understand integrity versus selling out your morality. But Ash, what's your outlook on Tony Khan's financial minds? I mean, Forrest did a special with him, of course, as well. And it does seem like Warner Bros. Discovery has truly been in favor of AEW. And Tony Khan has been very close, of course, to the committee on Warner Bros. Discovery since Zaslav was removed. But again, staying with the same partner, you do gotta wonder, does that prevent you from growing? And in pursuing that growth, could that hurt the product and the fans' trust with Tony Khan AEW? What's all your thoughts on this?
It all boils down to how the partnership is, because if all parties involved are making the quotas necessary, then they're going to keep the partnership. And it also comes down to what's going to happen with Warner Brothers Discovery and whatnot. But the new management, are they going to be taken over? That's also got to take into consideration, because if they do go under new management, will this management, like wrestling, as what happened with the Time Warner merger in WCW. I don't want that to happen to AEW. So maybe to prevent that from happening, even though Tony Khan's partnerships with WB is, well, you got to like branch elsewhere because you don't want to put all your eggs into one basket. But you don't want to like stretch yourself so thin by putting yourselves into so much market like what WWE is doing right now. But that's because they have no choice to because of their partnership with Endeavor and TKO.
Right. Walter, again, what do you want to add regarding what I said and Tony Khan's commitment to Warner Bros. Discovery? And of course, he owns the AEW brand product. He literally will never sacrifice AEW, but eventually, if this market keeps fluctuating the way it is, and we're getting more of these mergers with these different entertainment enterprises, something's got to get. Hell, you just talked about UFC, being a UFC expert. You got to readjust with Paramount. You know that's going to mean increased pricing. The fact that a front seat ticket in AEW is maybe half the price of a regular seat at a WWE TV show in this day and age is saying something. I'm just saying. And again, I'm just putting it out there that at the end of the day, look at the pricing, AEW versus WWE. I rest my case. But Walter, what do you think about this friendly pricing structure and the commitment right now with Warner Bros. Discovery with Tony Khan? What do you have to say towards this?
I'm hoping he's able to keep it, but I mean, if the economy is going to keep getting worse and worse, he might have to increase it to stay out of the red. But we'll see. I mean, just because he's a billionaire doesn't mean he's got to be one of the rich snubs that just money, money, money. Maybe he intentionally keeps the price low because he, as a fan, knows that it's hard for people to afford it, and maybe he has a moral. Maybe he has moral and that's a conscience and a soul. Like, go figure, huh? A billionaire who has that. There's not too many of those around, so we'll see. But yeah, I think it's really up to the whoever owns Warner Brothers, though. I don't know if they set the pricing or if you need to do the pricing in order to get into the green. This isn't an economy class, but I mean, red hurts when you're in the business, and what the business is 7 years old, 6 years old for AEW. So we'll see. But then the Warner Brothers can get sold at any time to anybody else. So Tony Khan can be loyal to them, but will they be loyal back is the thing, because you never know. Right now with Max, it's a good deal, but Warner Brothers could be sold to, even from what I'm hearing, rumors to Paramount itself. And if that happens, then there's a conglomerate with UFC and all that. So that pricing definitely goes. And UFC is ridiculous. I've never been to a UFC fight because trying to get a decent nosebleed seat is like $600-$700. UFC is ridiculous with their pricing.
Yeah,
which is probably TKO.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, TKO Endeavor has changed the WWE landscape as we know it. Let's be honest here. It feels like you might as well say TKO WWE, but again, hindsight's 2020. All right, well, Walter, I'll let you start this conversation off. They also, of course, talked about, and let's just call it what it is in this day and era, counter programming. Tony Khan's view on the counter programming is this is not something that should be new to anybody. It goes all the way back to what the WWF did, of course, with WCW, and talking about the history of WWF and WWE, trying to literally take out the competitors, if not buy them out. But he also expected it. He thinks that necessarily this counter programming, it doesn't necessarily cost them anything. It's always worked out. I mean, you think about what he did with WrestlePalooza, of course, and moving that pay-per-view to a earlier time with a slight overrun. He still has stayed consistent to his pricing model across the board. The AEW pay-per-views have never gone up in price since the inception, $40 plus tax. And he also has never necessarily, really thought that, firing the bullet against WWE. Now, have there been some wild comments? Yes, including that Harvey Weinstein thing. But at the end of the day, it did draw buzz to AEW. AEW even being mentioned by somebody that's even recognized for this wrestling business to be some sort of source or a voice. Indifferent, tribalistic, toxic, or integral. That's still exposure for AEW. But I do wonder, though, at the end of the day, we are looking at two of the biggest companies in this industry's history right now. One's still very young. The other one might get so big it might implode from the inside. We're just waiting to find out. But what's y'all's aspects on the counter programming here at AEW? Should there be actually a sense of concern? Because Nick Khan, it sounds like he is nonstop going to keep attacking every way possible to make sure that AEW is a non-product, because I do think there is still that mindset in the WWE board, not Paul Levesque who's created it, but others like Nick Khan, that wants to make sure that AEW is not even a mention. So does counter programming hurt AEW, or at the end of the day, is it better overall for business in Tony Khan's mindset? Ash, I'll start with you.
I liked Tony Khan's approach to when he was asked about the counter programming. What I liked about it is that he didn't take it personal, which is good, because we noticed like how back in earlier years, when it at the end of the day it's just business, but Tony Khan would take it personally. Now he's realizing that no, this is just part of business. It's what wrestling does. So to counteract the counter program, they just need to focus on AEW and continuing to make the product a lot better and whatnot. And which is the healthier approach too, because as long as you remain calm, cool, collected, and unfazed about the counter programming, and you continue to book AEW the way you do, and keeping the product and like maintaining interest, then that's it. That's all you have to do, is just like make sure it's like, but you don't want to let WWE push you around too much. That's the thing. Because there is going to get to a time where you have to like stand up to WWE and be like, no, our shows are on the same day, same time. We're going to continue at this time, because the more you push your dates at a earlier time, the more WWE is going to continue to do counter programming. And so sometimes you have to, it's like, eventually you have to fight back and be like, to prove the ultimate that my card is better than your card. AEW is where the best wrestle, and we're going to prove that by putting your show on at the same time, because I got here first, not you. So we're going to say at this time, and then actually like have a proper head-to-head combative battle, and then let the fans decide who is just better. Because at the end of the day, if you're an AEW fan, you're going to watch the AEW show regardless. And if you're a WWE fan, you're just going to watch the WWE show, unless you're people like us who watch what's ever interesting first, and then you can watch the other at a later time, because that's the beauty of the internet and PVR and whatnot.
Well said. Well, Walter, to go along with that idea of counter programming and the outlook of challenger brand versus welcome partnership, as Swerve Strickland once said, CMLL, we're not looking to take the house over. We're just guests on their doorstep. And it's kind of been proven at their shows in Arena Mexico with Global Wars and MJF and Mystical's short-term program. But there was a point where WWE, of course, now partnered with companies like TNA. He pointed out, like, this is similar to like ECW, for example, during the Monday Night War, where at one point ECW and the Monday Night War, they kind of were butting heads, and then they were kind of like buddy to a degree. Heck, they had that whole Invasion story. We also about that, but also he pointed out a different interview where Matt Hardy said the only reason WWE was working with TNA was to hurt AEW. But again, to Az's point, Tony Khan didn't take any of these quote unquote thoughts by others, because everyone's entitled to their opinions. What a crazy concept, by the way. He just said it's probably true, but the fact that Matt said that is kind of cool, because at the end of the day, you could say that WWE does not consider AEW real competition, but the fact that they're being mentioned shows them to be, no matter what, a visible threat. Whether minimal or critical is everyone's outlook. And we don't work for WWE, but looking at the mindset, Tony Khan's like, if AEW is being mentioned, that's fine, because that just means that AEW is getting more exposure. So with that being said, Walter, what do you think about that ticket of TNA being used as ammunition to try and take down AEW, and Tony Khan's about being like, if that means that AEW is just more of a conversation, I'm fine with that.
First of all, AEW is competition. Otherwise, WWE wouldn't try to counter program it doing that. They won't admit it, but of course they're worried about it. But I also feel like competition brings out the best in everyone, and I would hope it forces WWE to put on their best product. Although aside from NXT, they, in my opinion, hot take, they're not putting on their best product forward, especially for the pricing that they're asking for. But that's just me. And then AEW, like Tony Khan is right. You don't take it personal. It's part of the business. Counter programming and doing things like that is business. That's like becoming a boxer and then complaining you got punched in the face. It fucking comes with it. Like, it's part of it. Like, it's going to happen. That's what happens in business. For every Batman, there's an Iron Man. For every Hulk, there's a Thanos. Like there's always an opposite. Whether DC comes out with something, Marvel's going to counter it with somebody else. So like it happens. Comic books, movies, everything. There's going to be a counter because people see what draws money and they're going to want to do it themselves. But I think Tony has the right mindset. You don't take it personal. And they always said it. Vince used to say it too, or sorry, Eric Bischoff. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
And controversy creates cash.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Tony has the right mindset, and at the end of the day, it's up to the fan whether you watch. If you're gonna prefer AEW, you're gonna watch AEW. You prefer WWE, you're gonna watch it. You're gonna watch whatever comes on. But unlike we're just crazy yahoos that are gonna tune in and watch everything because that's what we do. But to each their own, no judgment. Do what you want to do. Like it's your world.
I'm about to say, it's your world. You either live in it, or you sleep in it, or you learn from it, or you're doing the repeat from it. And to that point, there was also talk about ratings. And again, he doesn't know all the numbers because you definitely can't, really estimate that or configure that between streaming, particularly to Ash's point, the power of the internet. People could choose what they watch, when, and how. He did mention, though, how Blood and Guts, of course, a week ago was probably the most watched show in months in streaming. Okay, and we can attest to our fun that we had in that 3-match show over the span of 2.5 hours. He hasn't seen necessarily the ratings for Dynamite Collision last week Wednesday, as Ariel was trying to push towards the HBO Max numbers when Con, of course, mentions about, it was one of our highest, most watched. And again, it's all buzz talk from a business standpoint. Because at the end of the day, if it's being viewed, then you know that you are in the eyes of a conversation. Shockwave was also mentioned a little bit, though, when they basically thought about NWA and they talked about NWA and the NWA National Championship versus the AEW National title. But Billy Corgan and Tony Khan have also talked about this and how AEW is starting with no history and a fresh lineage because this is the AEW's version of their own national championship, not a mock-off of the NWA National Championship. Another note was mentioned about Adam Copeland being part of John Cena's retirement tour. And basically, Cope's under contract and a big part of AEW's future. And WWE never reached out to Tony Khan about Adam Copeland. So, again, if y'all were clamoring for that, WWE clearly did not listen to you, nor did they want that on their radar. Because the day that Paul Levesque and Tony Khan are in the same room discussing collaborative business, that is the day we achieve world peace. But that's, again, a fever dream. All right. Well, as we conclude this conversation on the interview, there was one last bit. Let's just go right down the horn and talk about talent. There were several names mentioned, including but not limited to Adam Cole, Andrade, Miro, Killer Cross, Dr. Baker, DMD, Chris Jericho, as you solidly mentioned, and Will Ospreay. Ariel Helwani thought that Killer Cross would be a very unique pickup because you get a 2-for-1 special, obviously, with Scarpa, at least that's my outlook. Since, of course, he left WWE, but Tony Khan has not spoken with him at all. And he also has not reached out to him either. Of course, Darby Allin at one point did have an independent match with Killer Cross. And Killer Cross and Darby Allin are actually great friends. They've had great experiences. Bringing them in, though, would be interesting. But I've also seen this mindset where it feels like Tony Khan's not trying to bring in somebody simply by name power or who was their former employer. He wants to bring in those people that, of course, interest and garner the attention of the fans, but also are great professional wrestlers. It's a different outlook where it's not about WWE don't want to use them, we'll use them. For a while, we thought that was the mindset when MJF did that shoot bomb freaking work promo on Tony Khan, calling a fucking mark. But again, that was literally in the Fabulous Forum 3 years ago. So I appreciate the fact that Tony Khan is focusing more on his roster and outside who was on the WWE bubble. But I do think Killer Cross, I think at one point you mentioned him to be a Casino Gauntlet entrant, would be an interesting name to see in an AEW ring, but I don't think it's necessary personally. Does anyone have anything they want to add regarding Killer Cross and maybe AEW having a relationship?
It's not necessary. And I was one of the ones that kept saying that, Tony, stop signing people just because they're ex-WWE. You built the roster. Let's now have the people that aren't on television all the time and you build them up. Now he had, and then good boss, good everything. He didn't release anyone during the pandemic or anything, but now you had too much of a bloated roster, and you can hold on with the signings unless it's somebody so big you can't deny, and it'll bring so much money to your company. Then you just go ahead and do it. But right now, there's a lot of people who we don't see on your TV all the time. I mean, look at Athena. You had to have ROH to see her a lot. She barely was on Dynamite. She barely was on Collision. Athena should be on Dynamite every freaking week. She's too good. Like, and she brings too much attention to your company. And then signing everyone like that, you cut television time from other people. Remember, you only have what 3-4 hours of television every week to fill up. 4 hours, I think it is. So chill out with the signing everyone, unless it's somebody so undeniable that you have to. But Killer Cross would fit. Don't get me wrong. However, you have enough people right now. Focus on what you have. You have new titles. You got women's tag teams. Let's focus on that and getting that improved and letting that in the eyes rather than signing a bunch of other people.
And to that point, Ash, the last signing that Tony Khan did have officially was Thekla from Stardom. He hasn't necessarily signed anybody else to officially an all-elite AEW contract. So the Walters mindset, it does look like Tony Khan is trying to focus more internally on the talent that he has, and he's cultivating, of course, this AEW Women's Tag Team Division and the AEW Women's Tag Team Championships. But before I drop you with a name, baby, is there anything that you want to say regarding Killer Cross and maybe AEW having some sort of maybe appearance, a one-off, a short-term program, or maybe literally an all-elite contract?
I mean, if they were to get Killer Cross for like a one-time appearance, that'd be fine. But if they sign him, it's just gonna add like more to the bloated roster because you got to make do with what you have already. You don't need to be signing that. That's another issue we have about AEW at the time. Was like they were signing like so many people to the point where they got this bloated roster that they don't have anything for them, and they were unable to make the time with them. Even when Rampage was a thing, there still wasn't enough time for everyone. And people also make the joke about how, oh, if you don't have time for you, you're going to get relegated to Ring of Honor, which is, again, there's nothing wrong with Ring of Honor, but the only downside is that it's behind the paywall and not everybody's going to dish out the money to see Ring of Honor, even though there's some really good matches from what I've heard.
Yes, and sometimes he also puts those shows and some of those matches on ROH Wrestling's YouTube channel. The Virtuoso Deanna Peraza just won a Pure Rules match against Viva Van, of course, still part of the Ring of Honor Women's Pure Championship Tournament, and Persephone has now stepped up to challenge Athena at Final Battle for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. And again, folks, we'll be covering that next month, so please stay tuned more on that. Charles, if that was the case, Ring of Honor wouldn't exist. Honor is still real, as Ring of Honor is still a valuable commodity to the entire All Elite Wrestling system. And Walter, you got a thought real quick?
I came in a little bit late. Did you make the announcement of what we're doing because Boss Man made it official?
No, I haven't, but I'm actually going to segue into that. Here's a great segue. We'll stay tuned for that after the commercial break, as Walter Cruz has a big announcement for you. Stay tuned. That being said, Ash, we're going to go with you with this name, Adam Cole. Tony Khan said that, honestly, he's not going to necessarily – so hold on. All right, come on. Stay with me, girl. He doesn't necessarily know if he will never wrestle again, but right now he can't even travel. He can't do any future matches, and if that is the case, that would be the right situation for Adam Cole right now to stay in this abeyance. But he did mention Adam Cole's history. We already talked about head injuries, concussion protocol, and it's one of those things right now, based on that, you almost got to consider he might be dealing with post-concussion syndrome. We know that Tony Khan also brings a person in for a seminar at least once a year for the entire W roster to talk about concussion protocols, how important it is to protect yourself in these situations and how to handle this. Adam Cole's probably had like maybe 2 concussions, I think, in his career. So with Adam Cole's future put into question right now, it's pretty much to be continued, Pokemon black screen yellow font style. We don't know what's next for the former NXT champion. So, Ash, a subtle answer on Adam Cole. Concussions are no joke, though. We see them literally end men's lives versus careers. But again, this is probably Adam Cole's second, if not third, concussion. What's your outlook, you think, on Adam Cole's future? I know you're not a doctor, but again, it was a very simple answer, as we have not heard high nor tail, and that might be to respect the privacy of Adam Cole in what is a very personal matter. So if he can't wrestle again, we've seen him work other fonts, like, commentary. He could be a hell of a producer. Could you see a different role in AEW for Adam Cole?
Absolutely. If he's unable to wrestle, one of the things about Adam Cole is that he was very good at talking, and that's what got me into liking Adam Cole, was his ability to grab your attention on the microphone. And from when he was on commentary throughout those episodes of Collision I watched when he was TNT champion, I thought he did a good job as commentary. Like, even if Adam Cole can't, unfortunately, might not be unable to wrestle, there's still roles for him to do. Like, he can do producer role, he can do commentary. Hell, he might even can be a manager as well. Because as long as you have him like in some sort of talking role, because that's what Adam Cole excels at. Like, so even though he can't wrestle, there's still work for him to do. And who knows? Like, we thought Edge was never able to wrestle again, and here he is. Maybe if enough time goes by, and then as long as Adam continues to like stay healthy and put into the work, we might be able to see him in the ring. I'm very hopeful that might be the case, but at the same time, it's just like it's very wishful thinking on my end. But as long as they have like roles for Adam, he's still going to be working in AEW. And as much as I'd love to see him in the ring again, I don't think it's going to happen. But I would love to be proven wrong. And even if he is on commentary role, that'd be perfect for him as well.
And Brian Danielson does that a whole lot more live to the AEW commentary when I go back and rewatch these pay-per-views just with the actual commentary now versus our college days. Because I do love doing this stuff for y'all, but Brian Danielson, that dude is going to live and die professional wrestling, damn it. And there are a couple of names that were mentioned, including but not limited to Miro, where it basically comes down to he was excited to go back to WWE. There are different visions to things. Sometimes, creative ideas and booking and outlook, they don't necessarily see eye to eye. They don't see clearly. And basically, Rusev, as we know him, okay, the former Miro, they just didn't agree on how he should have been booked. So he basically went to go do what was best for him, and Tony Khan wished him the best. No subtle pettiness, no subtle nonsense. And it makes sense for him and why he wanted to do that. So it does feel like if Tony Khan does lose a talent to I'm not even going to do it like that. If Tony Khan has a talent leave AEW, it seems like it's all in good graces and there really isn't no backlash towards their decision, nor trying to recreate somebody that you just let go that you could have done the same thing with before. Not that I'm going to mention names because I don't do that here. But again, it seems like Miro and Rusev and TK, much like Malachi Black, they're left on mutual terms. So again, I really respect that. Okay, Walter, here's a name for you. Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. Right now, Tony Khan said everything's fine. He still loves Britt Baker in and out of the ring. They still have great talks, much like that, and Tony Schiavone. And he's actually spoken with her recently, but they're waiting for the right moment, the right creative idea or spot to bring her back. You said before about this roster, bringing people on screen, finding a spot. You can't have a spot if you don't have anything creative for them or they can't provide towards your product. The current still AEW Women's Chairman, I'm going to crow about that and spoil that all night long, damn it. Chris Statlander, her and Britt go all the way back to the AEW Women's World Championship and the TBS Championship. And I think somebody or Nick was lobbying for maybe a return, and maybe that's the way they can kind of reinsert Britt Baker into the AEW Women's Division. So what's your thoughts on the chances that the DMD will see you again in the near future? What do you think?
I think we will. I mean, she has a contract. She hasn't been released. Like, why not use it? I think he's just trying to fit her in. Controversy be put aside. That's not someone you just let go by the wayside. She's too important to your division.
First signing to AEW, might I add, for the women's division.
Exactly. If you had a female Casino Gauntlet, you could have used her in it as a way to come out, but that wasn't done this year. I don't know how you would bring her back, but maybe I really feel like bring her back as a person who start having Monet lose individual titles like in their company. And then when she only has the TBS left, and like no one's there, she can come back and be the one to take that from Mercedes and be right back thrust into a big match. Like if she can be the one to end Mercedes' streak, like when it comes to the main title, Mercedes couldn't win. Chris put her to the side, but all those other individual titles that she can go around winning, somebody's got to be the one to put her down. And eventually, it ain't good to me, but all good things come to an end. So she's gonna have to lose the titles. You can't lose them. I mean, you can't keep them forever. So that's a one way to bring her back, or you bring her back to ROH to get the rust off, start building reps and things, and then you can bring her up to back to Dynamite and everything and put her in the women's division. Maybe team her up with somebody. You have a new tag team division. You're gonna need challengers for these titles, and not just everybody who's already been involved in the tournament.
Exactly.
Have her find a partner while she's away or anything, or have her in backstage segments where she looks for a partner, and then you debut that team, build them up, and make them challengers for the tag team. There's lots of ways to go around it, but she is too talented and too important for the women's division to just let go by the wayside.
Yeah, and again, I do think there definitely is still a role that Dynamite DMD can put forward in this AEW women's division. And talking about her past, present, and future, coming off of the mini stroke, God bless my mother, who's a stroke survivor. It is one of those things, though, we haven't seen her wrestle, though, since AEW All In last year, I believe, in London for the TBS Championship. So I really do hope that she is okay, both mentally and physically. And I do hope they do find the right spot for her. Before I continue talking about friends of DMD, I want to give, again, a shout out of prayers and my wishes of healing to you all remember as Rebel. Tanea Brooks has been diagnosed with cancer. She's going through a lot of turmoil right now. So I just want to say on behalf of Simba Studios, we wish nothing but the best to Rebel in her recovery from this cancer diagnosis. I know she's been going for like Mayo's treatments and all sorts of other crazy stuff. She shared a very tearful video. She's battling primary pulmonary lymphoma, which is an extremely rare form of lung cancer. So again, folks, if you remember Rebel and her wild caffeinated self a bit bigger, please share love and support to her if you can. We wish nothing but the best to her. A Rebel heart that I don't think is going to stop anytime soon. But yeah, I do want Britt Baker back on my screen personally. I know Big G does as well as others. And I think Tony Schiavone, who probably is closer than even Tony Khan probably is to Britt Baker, has probably had these conversations with Britt as we speak as well. So I think we are going to eventually see the DMD in an AEW ring sooner rather than later. All right. Well, as you were mentioning his name earlier, so let's go ahead and talk about Chris Jericho. Of course, Chris Jericho has also been there since day one, inaugural AEW World Champion. Recently, Tony Khan reached out to him and wished him a happy birthday. He appreciates and is very excited for everything he has done so far in AEW and continues to be, of course, a part of us. And whether or not he's coming back, Tony Khan necessarily couldn't say, but the door is always open for him. If you have been already thinking about Chris Jericho showing up in Saudi Rumble, if not somehow invading John Cena's last match or somewhere along this last time, is now considering their history. So Chris Jericho, former AEW World Champion, he has led literally 2 or 3 different factions, including what people have deemed the worst gimmick in AEW history, Learning Tree, not to mention former Ring of Honor World Champion, multiple innovative matches, including the Stadium Stampede, Mimosa Mayhem. We literally had an AEW show on the Jericho Cruise. He even had talent on the Jericho Cruise. Of course, this time of year, he's had no AEW names, according to the banner that I last saw. So do you think that Chris Jericho still has a role that he could offer to AEW, or do you think that he may be going to WWE for one last hurrah?
I think for Chris Jericho, I think he's done everything he could in AEW, and it's time for him to go back to WWE because I don't know what Jericho wants, but at the same time, it's just if there's not much I know the way how based on previous booking, if Chris Jericho feels like he can't add much more to an environment, he goes to a new one, which is like what he did with WWE. Because he felt like he did everything he did creatively, which is why he left to go to New Japan, because he was creatively drained. There was nothing else for him to do. And we find him in a similar situation here with AEW, because he's pretty much wrestled everyone. He's done literally almost everything he could in that company, to the point where if he wants to settle his career back in WWE where he made a big name for himself, then all power to him. If he, whether it be full-time or part-time, if he does go back to the WWE, I think it's on a part-time schedule. And so that way he can be like stifling in and out. And so that way he won't be like the well won't run dry with like his creative ideas, and he'll like have like a little bit of creative control, and so that way he can help out with maybe even the younger talent, even down in NXT as well.
All right, fair enough. Okay, I'm going to put this name out here. One last name that I know people were waiting for me to say, and then one other name that I think is going to be a positive way to say. So, Ash and Walter, let's just go ahead and talk about the man himself, CM Punk. CM Punk's name came up, and Tony Khan did give a point. Spoke, of course, about Punk's time in AEW, and also indirectly with his WWE run. And of course, he was glad that everybody that was involved in the brawl is in a better place now. We recently saw that picture with Punk, Cody, Jade, and Ricky all holding championships now in WWE. He basically kind of just, nodded off, shades of what John Moxley and Cody Rhodes did when they started this revolution, of course, when AEW was first formed, and both of them were champions, AEW World Champion and inaugural TNT Champion. He denied that airing the security footage on Dynamite was a response to Punk's interview on this very podcast that Ariel did. But he also said that doing that did help with boosting AEW's, I guess you'd say, viewership, because it drew eyes. Now, whether or not it drew eyes negative to the product, I think, time tells itself. But to everybody's opinion, the eyes of the beholder, I think the tape necessarily had its own message. And whether or not you believe that anyone was truly right or wrong in that situation, that's neither here nor there. The AEW does still exist. He also talked about, of course, how basically, again, he said that he thanked CM Punk for what he did. He was a huge part, of course, in the launch of AEW Collision. Honestly, a show that many thought was built around CM Punk here in the first place. And again, he talked a few hours on end about that whole situation. And then the last critical note here was about Tony Khan being a passive manager, his passive management style, and whether or not that's still there. Saying that he may not necessarily agree with that feedback, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. So again, he didn't take it as like a bullying comment. He just took it as maybe a disgruntled worker that didn't agree with the way that he ran, a wrestling business. Again, this is a wrestling business, not a popularity contest. Who's Mr. TKO now in WWE, though? I'm just saying. And again, there's just other events that led up to the firing. And he didn't necessarily agree with what Punk accounted for that led to that. But again, he focused more so on the efforts to try and keep Punk there for Collision's starting launch. And for a while, it did work to a degree. And then, of course, Punk came back, Real World Champion. We all saw how that, of course, fell out in the end at AEW All In. So at the end of the day, it feels like Tony Khan, there's no sour grapes. And for Punk, pipe bomb or not, Mr. Change the Culture, it does feel like he still is a very sour, bitter old man, but he is in a better place now. So I feel like we can finally remove this all from the past and we look towards the present. So is there anything you want to say regarding CM Punk's conversation with Hawani? Ariel bring it up with TK, and TK saw response with not really a critical response, but more of a subtle, he's entitled to his opinion. I just wish fans worked out better for us here, but it seems like everyone's better where they are now. And I hope that both companies and both people thrive in their own opinion. Does anyone want to say anything regarding this? Going once? Going twice? Or we just
I'm just tired of talking about it.
That's why I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to make sure this is the last time we talk about this ever again.
Let bygones be bygones. You never know what will happen.
And I'm glad that TK owned up to his mistake about like how he mentioned at the time it felt like a good idea because he wanted to like set the story straight about what happened at the backstage at All In London. Although, but in hindsight, it wasn't. Maybe he shouldn't have done that. It's like because like I can be petty too. I'm all for proving a point, but at the same time, you got to realize you got to pick and choose your battles. Right. And I hope that's a lesson Tony Khan learned, because just because I say this all the time to my workmates, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Because what seems like a good idea at the time may have consequences. And that's what happened with the footage, because a lot of people soured on AEW because of it, and which added fuel to the fire of tribalism. I know that's not Tony Khan's intent, but what it evolved into was ridiculous. And at least he's like, the way Tony Khan addressed the situation, he seems like he learned from the mistake, and that's all you can ask for in a promoter. I don't think I've said in my piece about the all-in footage, and I will say this. Everyone in there involved looked so bad. Like, everyone was in the wrong. Like, there is no right way to go about it. Like, I'm not saying everyone's at fault for it. It's just like, it was a messy situation that could have been dealt with a lot better than it did. And hopefully something like that never happens ever again. Thank goodness it hasn't. And it's just very misfortunate that no one was able to like do business with each other. And it just, because sometimes you like in the workplace, you're going to work with people that you don't necessarily care for, but you got to work together for the betterment of the company and the brand, your workplace. And unfortunately that didn't fall through, but at least everyone's like in a much better place now, which is good. Punk seems happier where he is in WWE, and everyone involved is doing much better. So yeah, it's just a very misfortunate circumstances that was like that was a dark cloud over AEW for a while, and I'm happy that they recovered from it. And same with the fans too. Like, most of the fans have recovered from it. I rarely hear anybody bring it up anymore, which is very good. So we can let, like, what is it? Like, water under the bridge, let bygones be bygones. And we all, hopefully everyone in the community learned a valuable lesson from this.
Yeah, be professional, simply put. All right. Well, thank you for that, Ash. Before we get one last name, I'll hear that in a positive note. Here's the other half of the Canadian Connection. Nick has finally joined us here on the Sunday Shenanigans. Nick, first off, how are you this Sunday afternoon?
Oh, I was exhausted. I woke up like 20 minutes ago.
And it's all good, bro. I would be asleep right now, but again, I'm the hardest working man in Saboa Studios, apparently, and now I'm taking on more roles than ever. Go figure. Well, Nick, let's go ahead and end this with you, and then we'll go give our simple final take on this overall interview before we go to our first commercial break. One last name was mentioned. Bruv. Will Ospreay. Tony Khan opened up about he can't commit to a timetable on Ospreay's return, but he basically said that Ospreay, he's not human. I think we all can attest to that. But he said that he would expect it to be sooner than expected. We've all been basically putting it out there that Will Ospreay is first ballot to be the AEW Men's World Champion next year when they go all in Wembley Stadium. And when we get to the AEW Full Gear conversation, probably after this commercial break, if we don't have something else prior to that, it does feel like the Will Ospreay, he's going to be one of those new generated killers like Chris Statlander, like Kyle Fletcher. I just put those names out there considering their work ethic. Like Swerve Strickland. Will Ospreay, to me, is definitely a guy that could carry AEW into the future as champion. I mean, he's been really encouraging this partnership with Pro Wrestling Eve, the all-women's underground promotion in the UK, as we've seen Chris Statlander and Sky Blue and Julia Hart and Nyla Rose involved in that. And Will Nightingale. Not to mention, Chris Statlander is still the Pro Wrestling Eve International champion as well. So, that being said, does anyone want to add anything regarding Will Ospreay's return? Do you guys have an estimate where you think we might see him back? It's going to be the end of the year at World's End, where a new world's about to begin. Will it be a start of next year? Possible Revolution? Will it be a call-out? Will it be just like a solo return? Like, does anyone want to add towards Will Ospreay's expectations on his return? Nick, I'll start with you. Unless he's asleep. Go on to sleep. All right. Like Jeopardy, I give you all 3 seconds. Walter.
Sorry, I'm late. I'm here.
All right, Nick. Go ahead.
He was muted. He was muted.
I was just muted.
Okay. At least again, it's hard to tell because I can't see lips. So,
what's botch? Yeah. Will. He. What's it called? When Tony talked about Will, he said about coming back. I think it was the exact same timeline as everybody's already reported. So I think we'll be seeing Will come the new year. And like you said, yeah, I think the traditional, locker room leader, like what Undertaker was. I think those are a thing of the past.
Mm-hmm.
I do think he is a big part of their roster. And hopefully when he gets back, they can pick up where they left off, right? I think that guy needs to hold. If anybody in AEW needs to hold the championship, it's him.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Walter, do you agree with that assessment? Also, Egg here, shout out to at Egg-RW1VU. Thank you for tuning in. Says that Darby should be champion first, even if it's a short reign. We've been calling Darby Allin AEW's icon ever since Sting passed off his iconic baseball bat to him. And again, we'll talk about Full Gear when it comes to Darby Allin. But this escapade with the Death Riders and Jon Moxley since the inception, a person he once looked at as a hero, now the ultimate antagonist. Darby Allin as AEW Men's World Champion at one point saying, I care about the TNT champion most of all over the World Championship in the name of the late great, God rest his soul, Brody Lee. But what do you think about Will Ospreay's expectations of his return and Darby Allin, who this person believes should be champion first? Let's not forget, last year's Continental Classic, and I'll have an announcement by Walter Cruz at this commercial break, folks, as we wrap this up shortly here for our first segment. Darby Allin beat Will Ospreay already in a one-on-one contest. He's already got a victory over the Bruv. But, Walter, what do you think about Will Ospreay's expectations of his return and this comment of Darby Allin that maybe he should hold the championship before him? Go ahead.
I think he should. Pay Darby Allin back for everything he's done, even if it's just short. But what I would love for Will, the only way this works, you don't want to go into All In without having your main event announced. But if you make someone like MJF champion and you make him cocky where he starts taking on all comers, open challenges, things like that, and you leave it open to where he starts actually beating a bunch of people and carrying a lot of momentum, and then you leave him with a mystery opponent, because you're not going to get a bigger pop or a bigger moment than have Will Ospreay come back in his home country. You don't tease him. You don't bring him back. You make sure he's fully healed. And if he's the one that can, this is just in my own head, be the one that dethrone MJF in London as a surprise opponent, literally the roof would come off that place.
It doesn't have a roof because that's open window, but I do see what you mean.
Yeah. If it had a roof, it'll go through it.
Fair enough. We've seen one pyro on the top of the damn stadium for Orange Cassidy, so I guess anything's possible. All right. Well, thank you for that. Ash, why don't you go ahead now and close this little positive outlook on the Bruv out and Darby Allin, Will Ospreay, possibly for the men's AEW World Championship, but not for maybe some sort of contention, or someone pointing out that maybe we should have the wild card entry be the Bruv in the next Owen Foundation tournament. Of course, you and I called the finals this year for the Owen, where Hangman came to light, and Will Ospreay said he needed this win, but he needed to see if he could beat the Hangman because Hangman has previously beat Jon Moxley, and of course Ospreay hasn't. So maybe this could be the year that Ospreay might become the next Owen Hart Foundation tournament winner. So that's another outlook towards bringing him on the avenue of pursuing the men's world championship. So what do you think about all that?
Yeah, I'm thinking when Ospreay is fully healed up and we see him again, he's going to get into the slot into the main event scene. But how we get there, that's what I'm looking forward to. How are we going to put Ospreay back into the title picture and who's going to be the champion going into it? Because that's all that could factor into when do we bring in Ospreay and how we get him back into the picture.
All right.
Whether it be through the Owen Hart or do we keep him as a surprise for the All in London show. But you also got to keep in mind what would get people into the London show. him being a surprise entrant or him going into the show as champion.
Ooh. As champion versus going as champion. Basically throwing away all the conclusion. Okay.
I think personally for him, this is just. I mean, I think it'll mean more to win it in front of your home crowd than defend it and continue. I feel like there's bigger pops when you win it rather than defend it.
Brian Danielson won it last year, to your point, but also on that same night, we saw Will Ospreay versus MJF, and Ospreay won the AEW International Championship in the third top match on the card that night and had one of the greatest entrances ever, supported by Assassin's Creed.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not wrong there, but I do see what you mean. All right, well, that being said, let's go ahead and put a bow on this with this simple question. For all the criticism towards not just Tony Khan, but even Ariel Helwani, maybe being a guy against AEW, these two sat in the studio together, talking and shooting the breeze not only about all this, but combat sports and Fulcrum and so much for 90 minutes. Do you think we can put away the past and maybe all this criticism towards not just Tony Khan, but Ariel Helwani towards AEW?
I'm sorry, who were you asking?
All of you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't want to start talking. What? Can you repeat the question again? That was kind of multitasking.
Basically, Tony Khan, Ariel Helwani. At one point, Ariel Helwani even said, I don't know why people think I'm such a villain, like tribalistic, like stand against AEW. And you and I's conversation. People, of course, have this critical outlook towards Tony Khan and him being, the creative guy in AEW, hurting wrestling versus helping wrestling. At one point, Ariel Helwani may have had some critical takes on AEW, but there was nothing here that felt like either man was trying to point daggers at each other. It feels like here that Ariel and Tony, I think, respect one another. We also got a lot talked about here, and nothing was necessarily just tossed to the wayside or basically, not answered to the most honest of Tony Khan's capability here. So does anyone have any further thoughts regarding Ariel Helwani's outlook towards AEW, the criticisms towards Tony Khan and the decisions of his past? Or do you think we gotta just wrap this up in a nice little bow and just move forward and just, respect Tony Khan or Helwani's interview for doing this?
I didn't see it, but I'm glad he didn't hide from any questions based on what you guys are seeing, and he was able to answer everything. So, I mean, you got to respect him as a journalist, and journalists have their opinions, and Tony Khan answered what he could. So, I mean, shout out to both of them.
And of course, everyone's super critical when it comes to the integrity of journalism, especially in professional wrestling. Dirt sheet, rumor, actuality, reported by, estimated, concerns, blankety, blank. All right, I appreciate that. Ash, is there anything further you want to add? Do you think there should have been something that Ariel should have asked Tony Khan in the time that they had that maybe he didn't get time to? Do you think they covered everything? What's your final take on this?
I think Ariel Helwani covered everything he wanted to, and everyone has their criticisms and takes as long as you're respectful about it, because a lot of criticisms are not really criticisms. They're hate disguised as criticism. But at the same time, not every criticism is done in bad faith. Right. And you got to not take. And the thing about Tony Khan is he's addressed the criticism, but he's not taking it personally anymore, which is the issues. And Tony Khan has shown a lot of growth and maturity, and both parties were very professional, and they were able to patch things up. And hopefully, the relationship continues. And we might see more AEW stars being interviewed by Ariel Helwani, because that's all you want to do. Is you don't want, because that's the whole reason why Ariel Helwani didn't have the AEW wrestlers interviewing, because of how bad the show was. But as long as have your opinions, have your takes, as long as you're respectful about them.
There you go.
And hopefully this relationship continues, and we see more AEW wrestlers being interviewed by Ariel Helwani, so that way he doesn't come across as biased and favors one company over the other, because it's your job as a journalist. Like, sure, have your preferences, but don't let your biases cloud and cover your judgment, which is, how a lot of these dirt sheets are, or how they come across as.
Yeah. But I do think, again, we can't agree on everything, but at least we can put away a lot of the past, if nothing else. And to think, at one point, Nick, this is the same man we're talking about that called the Harvey Weinstein comment and once called Ariel Helwani a fraud. The fact that we're looking at this now in AEW's development, like 2.5 years later, I think, since that comment, and that AEW head of PR also mentioned during interviews with other forums how they worked very hard to repair this relationship, it felt like, with Tony Khan and Ariel Helwani. I think, again, a lot of, as Ash pointed out, why are the bridge? We can really look towards the future and not try and focus so much on the past or be so overly critical about Tony Khan and Ariel Helwani at this point. Wouldn't you agree? Nick,
I hope stemming from this. Listen, there'll always be tribalism. There'll always be bad faith reporting. It's just the nature. It's like Tony says, to be AEW is to be under constant attack. So, that'll always be out there, but glad to see that. Him and Ariel Helwani can be cordial and do interviews. And yeah, he did well. He did well in his interview.
Yeah. And with that being said, unless anyone else has any further notes or thoughts in the comments that you also took away from that interview, or you have any further closing remarks, please let us know as this concludes. The bottom line, though, I do encourage you to go check out that interview with Ariel Helwani and Tony Khan if you want to further dive into the discussion that felt very open, NDA, like broken. And honestly, didn't feel like there was a single nod here where someone was being avoided or someone was being attacked. He basically was just straight up front with everything here. Even talking about Eric Bischoff, who's always critical about AEW, but of course, respect the fact that Eric Bischoff, 83 weeks, the fact that Eric Bischoff still could be critical about AEW. He's still talking about it. And who knows if at this point we'll ever hear Eric Bischoff and Tony Khan in the same sense, in the same room. But again, Tony Khan, he didn't go after anybody during this. And Ariel Helwani didn't try and poke the bear of Tony Khan's negative past to bring that out of him. I do think both men have grown since that situation. That's what's most important. To everyone their own opinion, but you have to respect, no matter what you see in wrestling, because that is the passion that carries us as fans. What you don't like, stay away from. But if you constantly attack and complain and criticize without trying to understand what's maybe going on in that creative mind to a degree, then you're never going to be satisfied with what you're watching. You're never going to find comfort in it either. I've already had friends that have called out, to Nick's point, tribalistic toxicity and tendencies that they got themselves as fans just viewing the product versus other products. Names non-disclosed here, whether it's company or person, to every fan their own. And again, we all have our subtle nods, our subtle critical takes towards AEW, WWE, TNA, NXT. We got nods not just to wrestling, but to life in general. I think that was proved very abundant last night at Full Gear, where, again, Nick was very constructively critical about certain aspects, and I appreciate that because it is one of the things where he looks deeper than maybe others do, but maybe others should. And that's what makes us so dynamic here in the Super Level Studios, because we look at everything, but trying to encourage people to enjoy anything. You don't have to like everything, but in this business, to all, there is something. So again, great interview by Tony Khan and Ariel Helwani. And as someone that doesn't watch interviews, I want to thank JJ for encouraging me to do so, despite the fact I did not think I was going to be here talking about for an hour as a friggin' podcast host. And no, folks, I'm not a journalist. I'm a guy that works in IT, and I'm not trying to be a journalist here, all right? Simple as that. All right. Well, that being said, incredible conversation by all here. Thank you so much for everybody that participated. When we return from this commercial break, Walter Cruz has a big announcement concerning something else that's ahead in AEW. And when we return as well, we might kick it into full gear as we take the keys out of the ignition and maybe go into further open conversation discussion based on what you all may want to have discussed here on a special edition of the Sunday Shenanigans. In the meantime, go take a break, grab a drink, and stay tuned what comes ahead after this commercial break. Thank you all continuing that are tuning in, and we'll see you on the other side here shortly.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always, here at the Simply Reliable Studios, 24/7, 365, all the time, day and night, even during the most festive of times, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, criticize, pontificate, analyze into all of the wrestling. And welcome back here once again to the special edition of the Sunday Shenanigans. I'm your host for this pleasant afternoon, Noah Foster, with the Canadian Connection, Nick Barantes, our Canadian friend Ash, and Mr. Reliable, Walter Cruz. And thank you all that have been tuning in so far as the conversation continues. Damn it. Now, that being said, unlike a Tony Khan graphic, I'm a simple banner man. Walter Cruz has a big announcement. So, Walter, why don't you go ahead and tell what's on your mind, take it away, and what's ahead here for us at the Simply Reliable Studios?
Well, something that wasn't in that video of everything we are covering. The Continental Classic, which will be going on every Wednesday for the near future. Noah, Ash when she can, Nick when he can, Noah and I, and the Simply Reliable Studios will cover every single round of the Continental Classic. So from here on out, every Wednesday. And I mean, if you want Noah, I'm sure some of them are going to be in Collision, right?
Probably most likely. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
We're going to have to cover Collision as well to get every single round so we don't miss any qualifications or anything. So the Continental Classic in its entirety will be covered by the Simply Reliable Studios.
That's right, folks. For the first time ever in SRS history, we are covering a full round-robin tournament. And this time it kicks off with the Continental Classic. And Tony Khan did mention that we will learn the entrance in the Blue League and the Gold League very soon, prior to Thanksgiving Eve, AEW Dynamite. So please stay tuned for our coverage this Wednesday night for AEW Dynamite, Thanksgiving Eve, the kickoff of the Continental Classic, and the continuation of the AEW Women's Tag Team Championship Tournament, as we will have the Sisters of Sin taking on the Babes of Wrath, Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron taking on Sky Blue and Julia Hart, and so much more to continue forward into the holiday season. So I hope you all enjoy the ride, and when those blocks are made, we will give you a simple preview, and we also encourage you to pick not only your winners for the Gold and the Blue Leagues, but your overall winner of the Continental Classic. When we start talking about Full Gear in our simple wrap-up, we will also disclose a couple of known entrants already that have put their names into the field, blocks not yet mentioned. But indeed, we're crazy son of bitches. We are going to cover in full the Continental Classic. I am very excited to take on this challenge. And Ash and Walter and Nick and anyone that's a fan of round-robin tournament action, this is going to be an absolute pleasure. All right. Well, that being said, thank you so much for that, Walter. Let's go ahead and keep the conversation going. Before I continue, again, I want to give a shout out to the other members of the Super Reliable Studios family that are currently simulcasting with us as we speak, doing their own form of YouTube commentary. For GCW, Dream On, Aerosmith, non-copyright, JCW, Home for the Holidays, and GCW, Dream On, Watch-alongs. Of course, our own Jay Heberside 95, James Hebert, one of the most crazy edited take on individuals here at the Super Reliable Studios. All right. Well, that being said, let's go ahead and move on from there. I'm going to go ahead and open the conversation now before we head off of Full Gear into some WWE food for thought as I just talk about what's been going on lately in the last time is now tournament. As we just saw John Cena's last match in Madison Square Garden's last Monday Night Raw, the return of the Lean General Walter, he was able to beat Javon Evans. And we also saw Solo Sikoa beat a returning Matt Cardona, Nick Nemeth. And we also, of course, saw on SmackDown as things continue to escalate, Carmelo Hayes got a count-out win against Bronson Reed. And I believe that Finn Balor advanced over Penta Asirmio. Someone can fact-check me on that because I don't remember. As this Last Women's Now tournament continues this coming week as we head into Survivor Series. And really, that's all I'll say right now regarding WWE. And, oh, yes, I almost forgot. Due to injury, Sheamus will probably, I believe, has vacated his spot in the last time is now tournament. So, again, I don't know what you got to do, fella, to keep yourself out of injury, but damn, I feel bad for him. And thank you for that. Penta did beat Finn. I thought he did, but again, the Judgment Day, I can't keep it. Guys, the music sucks. Botch.
And the rumor is that the Miz is going to take Sheamus' spot.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's all right. Well, go ahead.
Miz and Cena do have history with each other.
Yeah, WrestleMania 27, of course, also an I Quit match at Over the Limit where the Miz quit to John Cena, the man that has never given up. John Cena, of course, still our WWE Intercontinental Champion who completed the Grand Slam. All right. Well, that being said, why don't we go ahead and change things into Full Gear? As, of course, that was the biggest show that we covered this weekend, as we are now removed from the AEW pay-per-view, despite Miz already losing the tournament Jey Uso. Yeah, I'm about to say.
I will say this. I haven't been keeping up with... Okay, stop me if you've heard this before. Your girl hasn't kept up with the tournament.
I don't blame you, girl. Seriously. I don't blame you one bit. Actually, you know what? I will be respectful. There was another thing that did happen this week. Walter, give some clip notes on NXT Gold Rush Week 1. What did you and JJ cover? What happened?
You expect me to remember?
Well, I believe you'll remember at least one thing that happened since you all might have a new tag team you believe in.
Yeah, Joe Henry and TLL, but I do know one thing that they...
Damn it. Continue.
I do remember that they announced, believe it or not, that deadline is coming.
We'll be covering Week 2 as well, folks. Stay tuned for more on that. So go ahead and do your best, man.
Deadline, you know, they have the Iron Survivor. They did announce that John Cena gets to pick all the participants that are going to be involved in that. So that's awesome. John Cena is literally picking all the Iron Survivors. But Gold Rush, I do know. I'm going to go out of order from trying to do this from memory. I do know JC Jane and the Calling turned on Tatum Paxley and sorry, not JC Jane, Izzy. Sorry. And the Calling turned on her and allowed JC Jane to defeat Tatum Paxley to reclaim the NXT Women's Champion. So JC Jane is now a 2-time NXT Women's Champion.
What? That means that freaking... That means that Tatum Paxley is the shortest reigning NXT champion in this company's history.
Yeah. Kind of sucks.
What was all we having about then? Go ahead.
No, that's me. Dark State beat Javon Evans and Leon Slater to retain the championship. And interesting enough, the Osiris Griffin pinned Leon Slater. So I don't know if that means can he claim that he should get a shot at the X Division title, but we'll see. And then Blake Monroe defeated Sol Ruka to retain the NXT North American title, but a lot of controversy surrounding this. Blake Monroe had Sol Ruka in a submission, tweaking the knee. Sol Ruka did not tap. Zarya went behind the timekeeper area, grabbed a white towel, threw in the towel to end the match. There was a segment there where Sol was pissed off at Zarya, and now Zarya has is it a speed title match next week? She gets a title match or match next week, and I believe that now Sol, we're gonna finally get it. Sol is going to throw in the towel to end that, and then that's how we get them fighting one-on-one, because it was very interesting to see how they did that. Unfortunately, I know I said it day earlier, they lost. Chelsea Green and Ethan Page lost. I mean, sorry, Chelsea and Ethan beat Joe Henry and Thea Hell and became to retain the AAA mixed tag team champions. But I don't think that's the last we're going to see of those two together.
All right, fair enough. Before you continue, let me just say this. So they're bringing up another women's tag team in WWE. Okay, and yeah, in the hot mess I trust. God bless Chelsea Green, freaking Chelsea Green. And yeah, Joe Henry, Thea Hale. It sounds like you all had a lot of fun with that duo, though, inside the ring in that mixed tag match. And Retribution holding on to the gold. Gee, shocking. NXT beats TNA once again. Anyway, continue.
It's so much fun, though, because the way that they are so in sync, like from the outfits and everything, the turnarounds, like Thea Hell seems like this is JJ said it best, it's the team that we didn't know we wanted, but it's the team we need. Like the way these two have joined together is the funniest shit in so long, and they both can do it together. And I know goofiness ruins wrestling for some people, but nah, this is top tier stuff, and it's good because you don't need Joe Henry involved in trying to go after big singles titles and everything until next year. He just got signed to WWE, so let it go to 2026. Let him do this, then you can make him a serious contender. But I mean, he's just wetting his feet in WWE, even though he's been showing up every different chance he can in WWE, be it whether it's through a wall, out of a locker, anywhere you say his name, he ends up popping up. It's great. So this is the pairing, and that was it, because Gold Rush was only 4 matches, so that was it. I think I said all 4. Right?
Okay, well, thank you for that. And it looks like Charles also giving a thought here. They're doing the rematch with Ricky Saints and Oba Femi at Deadline as well.
Yeah, they're doing the rematch. Oba came back and said that Ricky's is the same person, still that cocky person. Ruler had a great promo saying he went back to the motherland, disappeared, because he doesn't need to be involved with the TNA NXT takeover, because he's a takeover all within himself. Well, not takeover, whatever they freaking called it. Yeah. So Oba said he went to the motherland. He's a whole different person. So it's gonna be a good match.
All right then. Well, that being said, so what are you and JJ got to emphasize John Cena's now for Deadline entrance here for week 2 at Gold Rush?
I cannot wait till he announces it. I'm gonna assume.
I don't know. Real quick here, because that's what I
assume he makes an ass out of you and me, like you said. But he's probably gonna pick Drake. He's probably gonna pick Miles Bourne. Hey, I got it right this time.
Oh, okay.
He's probably, I don't know, but if he gets to pick all of them, I don't know. It's gonna be cool what he does, because he said he wants to get back to the business. So I can't wait.
So let's see.
Don't be shocked if a few TNA people get involved too.
Yeah. So you got Zarya versus Found Henry for the WWE Women's Speed Championship. Tyler shouldn't exist.
And I bet you, I guarantee that Soul is going to throw that towel in to end that one.
Why would they break up this tag team? Like, seriously, I'm gonna have to go and see what this submission. I haven't heard a towel thrown in NXT since freaking Trent Seven and Tyler Bate against the Undisputed Era, and that was for the tag team championships on NXT TV. Let's see. You got Layleen Lee versus Klein versus Jordan Grace for the TNA Knockouts Championship. Miles Bourne versus Trick Williams, I think. Or Miles Bourne and Trick Williams had an altercation, I guess.
Yeah, he had an altercation with him. And they
Kendall Gray versus Laney Reed for the Evolve Women's Championship. I didn't know Evolve existed. And Jason Drake versus Sean Legacy. Who the fuck are these two men? For the Evolve.
those are Evolve men. They're pretty good.
Yeah, that show's got less viewers than most stuff in general. Well, it's probably got more than NWA, but Tubi is free. All right. Well, thank you for that, Walter. Again, folks, stay tuned for Walter Cruz, American Wrestling, JJ Williams to cover NXT Gold Rush Week 2, whether live or retro style. I have no idea what they're going to do. This week, of course, is we're going to have some
retro. It's got to be retro. We're trying to figure out when to do it.
Good luck with that, bro. You're not doing it on Thursday night. That's freaking Thanksgiving.
Yeah, exactly. Right. We'll figure it out, though.
But stay tuned, folks. That will be covered here at the Simple Reliable Studios. All right. Well, I think that being said, I think there's only one other promotion right now to look at before we go into our Full Gear wrap-up. Ash, World Tag League. What's been your thoughts on the New Japan Pro Wrestling World Tag League so far? Do you have any updates or first ballot teams that you think can win? Have you looked at anybody at all? Well, go ahead.
I've noticed like the teams are interesting, and I have not been keeping up with this tag league because I don't watch tag league. That's why I was trying to tell you, like, I am not the best person for the tournament because I haven't watched any of the tag leagues since I started watching New Japan.
All right. That's fair. That's justified. Okay. Well, let's see. We've covered WWE. We covered NXT. We've covered ROH a little bit. The Ring of Honor Pure Jimmy Tournament for 70 challenging Athena. Hell yeah. For the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. TNA. Has anything gone on in TNA this week at all that anyone's aware of? I think this is, of course, the fallout from Turning Point, so I'm not expecting a whole lot. But I know they had 2 knockout four-ways, I believe, and the 2 of them are going to face off for number contendership to challenge for the TNA Knockouts World Champion, still held by NXT superstar Kalani Jordan. You know what? I'm not going to do that. Kalani and Emma Elegance actually had a pretty damn decent match at Turning Point. One of the only good matches of the card that night. Then again, the knockouts ruled the night. Who are we freaking kidding? And then Mike Santana, I believe he returned and followed up on the Kazarian and the Timu NXT Outcast run-in that cost the championship. Walter, did you look at TNA at all this week?
Nope.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll have to talk more about that, I guess, next. Yes, Ash.
I got some New Japan plushies. Would you like to see them?
Why not? Go ahead and humor us. This would be a little bit entertaining. A little bit of side tangent here, folks, and then we'll go ahead and kick things into Full Gear before we pull the keys out of ignition. What you got there, Ash? Let me guess. Those are House of Torture, right?
They are House of Torture. I got Show, Evil, and Doki.
Oh, Ash, we love you. Appreciate you here. Don't ever change. But again, House of Torture. The less that's mentioned about them in a positive light, the better. I mean, I did look at NewJapanProWrestling.com where they did talk about his Purge show, where I think Hate and Stardom and Saya Kamatani came in at Yujiro Takahashi, but then that got thrown out by Evil. Go figure. And then, of course, everybody low blowed each other in the very end. And somehow the House of Torture still stood united with probably fractured privates. But what do I know? Yes, I just said that, folks. Fractured privates. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on here. Because I think with that being said, there's only one thing left to do. So again, you heard the announcement. You guys got a lineup. You guys know what we're doing. I cannot wait to fucking cover this. Fucking go! But I think before we get into our C2. That damn right, C2 for life. Before we get into our main event segment and further disclose what's ahead here this week inside our studios, we're going to take one last commercial break, and then we're going to kick it into full gear before we leave you all for this wonderful Sunday afternoon session of the Saturday Shenanigans. So stay tuned for the Aftermath pay-per-view conversation after this commercial break.
And now for a taste of things to come.
'Tis the season indeed for all the wrestling and other holiday shenanigans to ensue. As we welcome you back into the special edition of the Sunday Shenanigans, Noah Foster, Walter Cruz, the Canadian Connection, our Canadian friend Ash, and Nick Ferrantes. We've had a lot of fun soul talk here, some good hype, some humor, and some positive delight. Let's go ahead and get into things in this episode's main event. Let's go ahead and get ready to put the car in the garage and pull the keys out of the ignition as we look back one last time with this simple AEW Full Gear recap. Thank you again to those that tuned into our coverage last night. I hope that you all enjoyed. Again, if you haven't already, subscribe to Bad for Wrestling, subscribe to Rage of Wrestling, as we do this for all the biggest shows, pay-per-views, and PLEs for all things wrestling, WWE, NXT, AEW, ROH, TNA, independent promotions, including not limited to HOG, GCW, JCW, New Japan Pro Wrestling, The Comment, and so much more too. I also want to give a shout out quick to the new House of Glory Women's Champion, Shotzi Blackheart. Congratulations. Let's go ahead and talk about AEW Full Gear. Now, again, I don't know if we want to be here for an hour per se to give every match a takeaway, but I think we can each at least give some clip notes towards some of our favorite moments as we talk about a match, and then we just move on from there. So we will start off acknowledging the tailgate brawl, as it did bring the boom. We saw $200,000 won by the Bang Bang Game. Hooking at Kingston made super easy work of the Workhorsemen. And then we go into Full Gear. I say that because the CML World Trios match overlapped. It's kind of a new thing with tailgate brawl. I kind of like it because you want to see what happens next? Buy the pay-per-view to be continued Pokemon special. Anyway, we ended with the CML World Trios Championship bleeding over. I said what I said. Bleeding over into AEW Full Gear as Sky Team. Of course, Neon, Mystico, Mascara Dorada. They took on the Don Callis families, of course. Kenochi Takeshita, Hechicero, and ... Preferably, it was a 2-on-3 handicap, but of course, Hechicero made a 2-on-2 to break in Mystico's arm, or attempting to, in a steel chair with a Fujiwara armbar and a vicious stop. Again, the Mad Alchemist, as he's so firmly known. As the match progressed, here comes Kazuchika Okada arriving in style, ready to compete subtly in his own freaking Ferrari or Lamborghini. I have no idea what brand that was. As Konosuke locked eyes on somebody who's ready to unleash lethal combat on.
It could have even been a Corvette. The new Corvettes, for some reason, they try to make them look like Ferraris. I don't know why.
Why does every car guy look the same at this point? I mean, seriously. Might as well turn everything into a Tesla. Anyway, moving on. As, of course, we go into this match further and further. Tensions ensue, and Walter, you were just waiting for the freaking implosion with Konosuke Takeshita and freaking Kazuchika Okada. And to a degree, you got it, especially when he blasted him with a freaking Rainmaker. And it was like, oh, sorry, beach. And, of course, we saw the subtle flip-off and the face-to-face. At points, we also saw both men jockeying for position to hit their finisher. As things escalated, though, and Sky Team was able, of course, to bounce back for the win, we were left with Mystico and Hechicero inside the ring. A couple of near falls later, Hechicero bounced back with a rising kick out of the corner, and as he went for a powerbomb, Mystico reversed into a poison Rana and then locked in the La Mystico armbar as Hechicero tapped out immediately. Don Callis family, 0-1 so far for this event. Does anyone have anything further they want to add regarding the CMLL World Trios Championship match? And Walter, because I know you were only looking at two people particularly, Kazuchika Okada and, of course, Konosuke Takeshita, your takeaways on the further tension we saw and this Trios Championship match. Go ahead.
The tension. Just give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. That's all. I need that fight. They keep freaking dick teasing me, and I'm tired of it. Just give it the fight. But I think I know what's going to happen. We'll discuss it further. I know why they're teasing and how they get it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And, yeah, but it was a good match, but I knew it. I knew once Okada didn't show, I was like, he's going to come in all late, try to hog the glory. He had to get his own entrance. Instead of just coming into the fight, he had to get his whole damn entrance in. And then there were points where he kept hitting Takeshi. Look, they moved. He clubbed him in the back like 6 times and just threw him out of the ring, as if like it isn't even subtle anymore. Like it's obvious what Okada's doing. But the match was fun, and I feel like they don't deserve to be on the pre-show, even though it's an ROH And then that's why they did it. They made it overload into the pay-per-view.
Well, to be fair, also, it's one of their partners, CMLL, Potch. And again, we did see Okada and Konosuke tease that tension on the pay-per-view, to your point. And Don Kyle is trying to keep the peace. Good luck with that. Nick, anything further regarding the Okada and Konosuke tension that built in the CMLL World Trios Championship match?
No, I thought it was good. I thought they did a good job. Like Walter said, just it's we know where we're going. Let's get there now. Now I think it's taking place at World's End, so hopefully they can build it up through other means, which we'll talk about later on. And hopefully they do this right.
All right. And of course, Ash, we've been talking about, of course, Kenosuke Takeshita will be defending the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship at Wrestle Kingdom 20 against Yota Tsuji, while Kazuchika Okada will be going into the Continental Classic as the reigning and defending AEW Continental Champion, now the AEW Unified Champion. Of course, he won that tournament last year. But another thing to note here, outside Konosuke and Okada, Mystico and Cero might be setting themselves up for a one-on-one encounter, whether it's ROH or CMLL. It felt like it was a tale of two matches here, with the Trios champions playing a company. So anything further you want to add regarding Cero and Mystico, or the Okada and Takeshita storyline that's ensuing to the dream match that Walter is waiting to have an all-about experience on?
I cannot wait to see how the tension between Okada and Takeshita unfolds, especially as we'll talk about later on with the announcements. That's going to be hella fun. Mystico and Hechicero, I want to see those two go at it one-on-one. And Hechicero is another wrestler that's been recommended to me for obvious reasons that I haven't gotten around to doing so yet. So he's definitely on my to-watch list, because oh boy, do I got I have a lot of wrestlers to binge watch. So I gotta really try to make the time for. And Hechicero is another wrestler that I gotta try to make the time for, because he's the wrestler. He's the type of wrestler I like.
Just keep in mind that his name Hechicero means sorcerer. That's why he wrestles the style he wrestles. Then all his little movements and everything will make sense if you remember. That's what that means. It means sorcerer.
Insane monkey flip it to the freaking rear naked choke submission still just baffles me how he does that. All right, I'm just saying. All right, well, thank you for that. Good stuff, everybody. Let's go ahead and move into the
what
next.
you're saying is Hechicero's a technical wizard, if you will.
See.
Yeah, see, I got everybody doing the puns now.
Bloody hell. All right. Well, there were no puns here, but there was definitely a lot of technique, surprisingly. And then, of course, we saw what happened. And hello. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you.
Oh, sorry.
Everybody, this is my mother. Say hello to Carmen.
Hello.
And that's Margot. That's our dog.
Aww.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, woman. Yeah, of course it will be. I
Take
appreciate
care.
it. No, I'm good. Appreciate you. God bless family. Family's forever. All right. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and continue the conversation here with
Nick will be interested in what you got.
Yeah, what's the food menu? What's on the menu tonight?
What's the food?
The first time ever I bring food on this thing, all of a sudden they try and take over as if this is freaking Iron Chef America. It's kielbasa, all right? It's just kielbasa.
It's like the meat chant. Food.
Okay.
Food.
Kielbasa, because I can't speak apparently. Botch. Dang it, Mom!
Well, we can do it later, but there was a lot of meat involved in the freaking the tournament last night, or the gauntlet.
Casino Gauntlet, yeah.
There was.
There was a lot of speed and aggressive nature, and surprisingly, a very mat-based match, though, with Pac and Darby Allin. We were quite surprised to see how much this stayed down on the mat and in the ring until the two men fought on the apron after countering tight side headlocks and head scissor takeovers. And even at one point, the Scorpion Deathlock was applied as Pac immediately went to the outside. As they fought on the apron, Pac, of course, press slammed Darby Allin. U5 was going to throw him freaking flying miles across the announce table and just drop the boy still with burn wounds and heavy bandages on the floor.
The table was like right there, and when he held him, I was like, "Holy shit, he's gonna freaking throw him to the table!" But he didn't.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought legitimately he was about to do that too, and I was like, Darby Allin, please no, dear God, no, we don't need this again. No. Anyway, as of course this match continued, somehow the man was able to get back in before the freaking 10 count, and then of course the exposed burn wounds, Pac of course exploited, including raking the man and literally going after his midsection. And of course, we also saw as this match continued forward, Pac whipping Darby Allin like a horseshoe around the freaking ring post. Jesus Christ almighty, that was scary. And he nearly crashed to a cameraman. As Pac continued the attack, where the referee was trying to check, I was like, nope, you ain't going to do that. We saw, of course, Pac hit a drop kick from the top, sending Darby Allin head over heels. Good song, by the way. Of course, he fought back, though, and was able, in his own relentless nature, to fight back with some offense. As Pac threw Darby Allin to the outside, because he got annoyed at that little post. Of course, phase the fall, we saw Darby Allin catch Pac on the apron and literally just wiped him out and went for a missile dive to Pac, sending him into the guardrail. As things continued from there, Pac got a seat. Courtesy of Darby. At one point, we were like, what the hell is he doing? He just jumps off the freaking top rope with a rough landing missile drop kick of his own, sending Pac headfirst into the announce table. As we got a springboard sunset flip back inside the ring, but Pac was able to roll through. Darby Allin immediately countered into the guillotine choke. There's a move I didn't think Darby Allin was going to do. But Pac, again, with the strength and leverage, able to fight back, hit Darby Allin with a rebound German suplex that, again, made Darby Allin look like a slinky or made out of rubber. Jesus. I continued to fight, and at one point, Pac threw him into the turnbuckles with another German suplex. Darby Allin came back with a ridiculous freaking lariat, and both men were down. As this is also a chance to continue to escalate. We saw Darby Allin go for the coffin drop, but Pac caught him into another German and got a bunch of momentum with a freaking running kick that would turn any person sideways. Immediately went for the brutalizer, though, as we thought that running kick was it. But Darby Allin somehow, to Ash's point, got to the ropes to force the break, as Pac was apoplectic. 3 massive kicks to Darby Allin's head in the corner. And, of course, right now, Nigel McGuinness, conspiracy theory aside, does ELP ring any bells? Ash, my dear friend, as there may be a mental plate in his foot, possibly from that injury that kept him sidelined earlier this year. In case you all forgot, previous AEW Trios champion, injured. He did not fight at Spring Breakthrough when they lost the titles. As things continued, he went for the Black Arrow. Darby Allin went for the Scorpion Deathlock, and here comes that nasty, scrappy Willa Yuta, allowing a distraction for Pac to see Darby Allin's baseball bat from Sting, blast him in the head, and gets a crooked 3 count as Pac gets the win. Damn it. It's one of those things where, again, when you face the Death Rider, you never freaking face them one-on-one. I should have saw this coming. But you would think after a number of wins over the Death Riders in singles and the damnedest means, including Blood and Guts, you'd probably be done with these freaking buffoons in Darby Allin. But nope, it's the never-ending story, and Darby Allin says he will always be that dark shadow that will make sure the Death Riders never will have a bright light in their day. Well, Pac apparently was the equalizer to that in this case. Does anyone have anything further to add regarding this match before we move on? And I will start with Ash this time.
This was a decent match. I was very impressed by Darby's mat work because he doesn't really show it off as much.
No,
but then again, that's probably because I haven't been watching, because maybe I'm not familiar with Darby's mat work because I don't really watch the Continental Classic. I haven't watched the Continental Classic, or I haven't been really watching Dynamite. And it wasn't until this past October that I started actually watching weekly, and Darby hasn't really been wrestling that much. So seeing him do the mat work is always a treat for me. Same with Pac, because oh my god, I keep forgetting he has ever since turning heel, he's more grounded because I'm so used to him being aerial based. So yeah, this was a nice standard match, and I'm looking forward to see where this goes. If Darby's still going to go after the Death Riders, and how it culminates going into not just this week's Dynamite, but for World's End as well.
All right, well said. I think with that, we will move on to someone has any further fast tags. I'm sure. Nick, is there anything that I see you muted? So clearly you have a additional thought that doesn't echo similar to Ash. What do you want to say?
So this is why, to the viewing audience, this is why you come to this and hear us talk. I didn't like this. I didn't feel like this needed to be here. I felt this was one of the reasons, if you guys saw last night, why I was
exhausted and burnt out.
I said I was bored. I don't think, especially coming off of the match later on, this didn't need to be there. I feel truly this could have been replaced with something else because it didn't fuel anything to the overall story that they're telling, in my eyes. So I would have easily either taken this off the show or moved this to the pre-show and had something else. But starting off with this match, I know that the pre-show bled in, but starting the pay-per-view off with this didn't get me excited at all.
Okay. Well, Walter, it's one of those things where Darby Allin, he also previously opened Full Gear against MJF, and MJF got the win. So Full Gear has not been a great stage for Darby Allin. But again, Darby Allin, you measured the talk about the one intangible, is heart. And he showed a lot of heart, and we saw what it took. It was a baseball bat to the head that at least concussed him for 3 seconds. So I don't know where we go from here, especially with the Continental Classic into it, especially Darby Allin within last year's Continental Classic. Could we see both men maybe in this year's, for example? But what is your closing remarks in this match?
You probably will see both of them, but it was good for what it was. Not everything can be the greatest thing and all bloody and everything, especially when we talk about the rest of the pay-per-view, which I feel like this is probably the only match that didn't have blood. Oh no, the women's match didn't either. But very subtly, this was the least of a bat was involved, but this was kind of the least violent match of all the matches we've seen on the night. But it was okay for what it was. It did shock me that it was all mat wrestling because Pac and Darby can both take it to the air and fly and do things. So I feel like the kayfabe wide Darby adjusted more to Pac style of fighting, which why he probably lost aside from the bat part, rather than having someone adjust to your style.
Well, again, Pac did say when you don't have all your bells and whistles, you will never be the caliber of athlete on my level. And apparently Pac did prove that. Baseball bat aside, but like you said, in the record books, doesn't matter how you do it. It's just a matter of whether you're winner or the loser. Bottom line, the winner was Pac. All right. Well, that being said, I'm going to let Ash spearhead this match. Ash, let's go ahead and get your highlights and thoughts towards the AEW Women's 4-Way Tag Team match. The winners got to pick the stipulation for the AEW Women's Tag Team World Championship semifinals, respectfully. Timeless Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa, the Timeless Love Bombs, versus the Babes of Wrath, Full of Nightingale and Harley Cameron, versus the Sisters of Sin, Sky Blue and Julia Hart, versus the Megasis, Megan Bain and Maria Shafir. Take us away. Your highlights of this match that led to the winner and your outlook on the winning team and what you think they're going to pick considering who they're facing. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
I love this match. I love how all the teams are working together. And as someone who has been watching the women's tag team tournament, this made me go, oh shit, I need to watch this tournament to see how all these work together as a team. Because even like some of them like may feel like they're thrown together, but they work so well together. Everyone worked very well in this match. And I'm interested to see what the Timeless Love Bombs pick as their stipulation match. And I said this in the space earlier and like a while ago, like last night. Pie death match, please.
What the fuck is wrong with you all? Why would you put such innocent Mina in such a lethal affair? Why are you trying to bludgeon her? You're fucking crazy. All right. Nonetheless, simply put, Walter, anything further you want to add regarding this match? I don't know about you, but I was thoroughly impressed with Harley Cameron, particularly, especially how much she hanged with the former 4-time AEW Women's World Champion. She's really come a long way. Go ahead and give your thoughts towards this match.
Yeah, I was impressed too, and the match was great. The back and forth, I felt bad for the ref who couldn't keep control worth a damn. There was like 3 points where I didn't even know who the two legal women were anymore.
You weren't the only one, bruv. I don't think anyone gave a damn, though. Just saying.
No, but yeah, I think they are gonna pick probably some kind of death match. It won't be my bisexual bedroom brawl. I can tell you that
Stop
much.
that! I'm not opposed to that idea either, by the way.
Of course you're not.
But
I'm surrounded by loons.
It saddens me that they have to face Megan because I wanted that to actually be the finals, but unfortunately we had to get it now.
All right, well, fair enough. Well, I'll go ahead and break this down a little further before I give it to Nick. Again, this was a four-way tag where the winner got to pick the stipulation for the semifinals match in the AEW Women's Tag Team Championship Tournament. Of course, we saw the Timeless Love Bombs dance their way to Jazz, LA Noir style in full color, as all women attacked each other before the bell even rung. Go freaking figure. Storm and Shafir opened things up. Shafir quickly gained control. That freaking MMA background by Shafir is lethal, though. Good God. And of course, taking turns kicking her front and back as Megan Bain and Maria Shafir isolated Thomas Tony Storm. Luthez press, and of course, for the most part, it was Megan Maria Shafir that was trying to control the match. Until Tony Storm, of course, was able to drop Mina Shirakawa from her shoulder on the Bain. The Thomas Love Bombs were able to regain control here. Barely got one count, though. Again, what does it take to put down the Megasis? Very difficult. Just saying. Bain came in with a freaking Samoa drop on Mina for a 2 count. Then Shafir came into play. As I said, Shafir and Bain controlled most of this match, isolating Mina. Until we eventually got Harley Cameron in, who made them feel the wrap. And had Slug vs. Sky Blues and had the other teams give us a little preview. Sky Blue following up, though, with Soul Food and a backstabber, though, by Harley Cameron after these two had a subtle exchange, but Blue went and stayed down. That bitch was born hardcore, the woman. I love her for it. As we continued forward, it was Sky Blue that got the tag to Julia Hart. And, of course, the Sister Sin decided to work together against Harley Cameron and then knock out Shafir and Bain off the apron. What the fuck were you thinking? As Julia Hart, of course, right now, what the Rose win old school, then Bain came in, and there was a shoving match with, you might be previewing what could be the finals of the AEW Women's Tag Team Championship Tournament, I'm just saying. As things continue to escalate from here, as Shafir and Bain worked on Harley Cameron, the Timeless Love Bombs, and the Sister Sin, they fought out to the floor. Harley Cameron, though, came back in with a DDT. Bain, of course, kicked away to Shafir. Shafir made the tag, and when Nightingale came in, there came the Babe with the power. A couple of lariats, Oklahoma Slam for a 2 count. Very nice roll move, by the way. Hart, of course, tagged in. A lot of tags throughout this match. Like you said, 8-woman synergy here with how well everyone worked together, as well as the teams themselves, considering 2 of these teams are absolutely makeshift. Well, technically, 3 of these teams actually makeshift, which is kind of crazy. And that's some crazy shit. Baron Shafir got into a little bit of argument, though, with the Sister Sin until Mina Shirakawa, of course, attacked and broke all that up. And then we have Bain make a blind tag on Julia Hart, drop Mina Shirakawa right into Mina Shafir in the mother's milk. That was fucking crazy. As Thomas Tony Storm almost literally saw life flash before her eyes, but was able to get in and break it up as she finally got the tag. And then
I love that. I love that double. Not to cut you off. I love that double team move. That into the mother's milk move. But that's just so fucking awesome.
That was
like
just
the way they
seamless, literally. The fact that these two have been together as a tag team for like 3 matches and got this much synergy is ridiculous. You said yourself, power and proficiency. Anyway, as talking about efficiency, Shafir T and Alpha body shot the kickboxing back against Mina Shirakawa at multiple points. Of course, Tony Storm did hit Shafir with a DDT, only for Shafir to continue to fight back. Harley Cameron, though, made a blind tag, and this is when Harley Cameron and Thomas Tony Storm controlled basically the rest of the duration of this match in the ring. As all hell broke loose, we had a sit-out, power bomb. Sister Sin came back, broke up a pin count. Bain with the double suplex. That is one powerful woman. Willow Nightingale coming in with the pounce, sending her flying back from New Jersey to New York, opposite direction. Shafir, though, tried to attack Willow, but got, of course, kicked out of the way. The Nightingale followed with a cannonball on Megan Bain and Shafir on the outside. Of course, Willow Nightingale trying to be the biggest problem for the Death Riders. Her and Shafir going all the way back to the freaking Anarchy in the Arena, double or nothing, that me and Ash covered. Things continue to escalate, though, as Mina and Timeless Tony Storm hit a big dive from the top rope to the outside. Everybody down. Harley Cameron, though, nearly rode up Thomas Tony Storm for the 3 count. The two traded near falls for a duration until she was trapped in the biggest package, and the Timeless Love Bombs got the right to pick, God help me, their stipulation against their semifinal opponents, Megan Bayne and Marina Shafir. This is going to be interesting, to say the least, and bloody violent. And I think the blood's going to come from more than just the forehead. Just saying. That being said, Nick, any closing remarks you want to add regarding this women's four-way tag?
It was an okay match. This could have been handled so much differently. I didn't like it. I thought this, again, coming the second match in, I thought that this was a waste of time. Like, I get why. I guess now, in hindsight, I get why they're doing the stipulation for that match. But, I mean, why are you having a stipulation match in a semifinal rather than a final? So you're telling me that the finals is going to be just a regular old match? And then to have it, the finals be a stipulation match, I think that's just overkill. The part that, like, I get it. I would have done this match completely different. Instead of it being a stipulation match, I would have said the winners of this match get to have their semifinal match first. That way they can scout the second semifinal match. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the winner scouting their next opponent and trying to plan for their next opponent. I don't think giving a semifinal match a stipulation makes any sense in the world. I would have done so. Again, I thought it was a good match for what it was. I personally didn't like it, and I would have done this match completely different.
Okay, that's a fair take, and I respect that analysis. And to your point, we've now seen these four-way tags lead to choices and stipulation, choices of opponents. It would feel redundant if they did choice of stipulation in the finals, but to your point, maybe it'll come down in the finals, search who the better duo is. And
no, I'm gonna break you again. I just created another match.
What did you just do? Pick Laundra. What the fuck? Get it, Walter, you fucking idiot! What the hell? Oy, I'm surrounded by freaking idiots. I got nothing to say. Wow. No, Charles, that's a bad Charles. You two are bad for each other. You are bad boy. All right. Well, that being aside, while Walter is trying to recreate 50 Shades of Grey, all women style, let's go ahead and move on to what may have been.
Oh my god, lingerie type high def match. I'm sorry, I have to.
Bring it in, everybody. Bring it in.
And welcome back once again here to the Sunday Shenanigans, where we are not in between the sheets, but apparently Ash and Walter want to be in that spot. Let's go ahead and move on to our next match. Oh, God. I'm sweating more than usual for the wrong reasons. All right, moving on into what was probably match of the night.
Noah's hot and bothered.
Yeah.
This is accurate. Oh, jeez.
Get there, Noah?
Yeah.
Noah's hot and bothered. This is a family show, everybody.
This is a family podcast here. We're not as sensible as WWE, but at least we have standards. Or at least one of us does. All right, moving on from there. Speaking of standards, the standard of tag team wrestling. Nick, straight up, I want you to start off with this first because I really want your thoughts on what we basically called our match of the night, the AEW Tag Team Championship match. FTR, Kaz Wheeler, and Dax Harwood taking on Brody King and Bandito for the AEW Tag Team Championships. Go ahead and lend your thoughts, your moments toward this match, and of course, go ahead and disclose the winner. The floor is yours, good sir.
Yeah, this was a really good match. I think I started enjoying it, the pay-per-view, a little bit more after this match. It was really. I mean, we knew that FTR was winning it. It just adds fuel to the story. of when we see CNC and even more the matriarchy. So whenever it seems like now that FTR have the titles, that story can now commence. So we'll see what happens come Wednesday. No, it was a good match. I think wrestler of the year. You can say you for sure. You can say it's Cody Rhodes. You can say it's Drew McIntyre. If Bandito is not a serious contender for wrestler of the year, then I don't know what we're doing, because he's risen. I've said it before. He's risen his stock this year. This is the year of Bandito, and I mean, with this happening, it just adds fuel to how far along is Buddy Matthews. Is Buddy Matthews ready to return? Is that why they took the titles off of them, to reform the Hounds of Hell? I mean, and what happened in our main event, does this now mean, Brody can go after some singles title goals? Maybe, who knows?
That's a media affair. We'll talk more about that later, but I like that big what if. Continue.
Yeah, but overall, FTR, this made sense. The right, and you're gonna hear a lot of that tonight, is the right person won.
Oh yeah, and then do you guarantee fucking tea? I'm gonna talk about that shit and preach the gospel of professional wrestling. Damn it. Anyway, thank you for that, Nick. Okay, let's go ahead and break down this match a little bit. And god damn, was this a fucking endurance battle or what? Cass Wheeler and Bandito kick things off in the feeling out process, as you expect, of course, in a tag team match, considering these two teams' history, and FTR so damn proficient in the ring. They're the tag teams of this generation. They are the tag team of professional wrestling this generation. Don't fucking at me. As things continue to escalate here, Dax Harwood got a little bit in on Bandito, and then Brody King got tagged in and really started bringing the punishment as only that violent Hound of Hell could. As he hit him with a body slam and a senton for a 2 count, and then things continue to escalate from there. Bandito, of course, who brought attention back to FTR. Yes, there was a Macarena spot. Bloody freaking hell. I'm never doing that on the air. Back on FTR on the outside. Don't look at me, Walter. And, of course, Stoke got out in the way, and he was eliminated in the early going. I love this, by the way. The fact that Stoke was eliminated so damn early did not play into the finisher. But I will also say this to Nick's point about foregone conclusion. That was a very interesting pre-video of Stoke by himself in a dark blue hall as FTR turned the world into black and white, being the Living Legends looking for their 11th tag team championship, as they are 10-star FTR. Again, I can go down the resume later. Anyway, the match gets swinging back and forth here significantly. FTR trapping Bandito. Bandito, the hardest working man, the most wanted, was literally the most wanted, dead or alive, as long as the met FTR won last night. Multiple times FTR seized the opportunity to smother Bandito in their corner. Bandito still broke free, continued to fight back. At one point, we thought we were going to get attacked for Brody King. The referee didn't see it. And then for a moment, when Brody King finally was involved and had enough, there was a hanging momentum with a choke. Brody King turned a death by a driver onto Harwood in the corner, followed up with cannonballs to both men, as the big man always does, from our AEW Trios champions. Wheeler, though, got an elbow up before the 3 count, though, somehow, after a cannonball. Bandito then charged him. The bridge crashed the floor, though. It has been continued to ensue here. Double team combination by both teams, including shots, before Brody King knocked Dax Harwood to the outside with a diving lariat. Jesus Christ. Brody King, of course, went for a dive, though, but then Stokely, of course, pushed Harwood out of the way. This was the moment that Stoke was a non-factor the rest of the match. Fucking was very happy about that. As things continued here, we thought the deal was going to show his hand on the line for the 21 plex, and Dax Harwood, but Cash Wheeler held Dax's hands on the ropes, and then Cash Wheeler flipped over Harwood and would end up eating the 21 plex himself, the non-legal man. As, of course, Harwood was waiting and picked up Bandito for a shadow machine, which did eventually connect, but Brody King did break up the pin at the last possible second. Both teams pulled out their best finishers, and the opposite finisher of the challenger for the champion still was not enough in this freaking match. As I think I heard this is awesome at least 3 times during this match. On the outside, Brody King said Cash Wheeler at some point on some chance against the barricade, but he ended up crashing and burning against it. Was a non-factor for a period of time. Eventually, a tag title was brought in. Desperation sitting in for the challengers. Only for Brody King to grab the championship, and Bandito rode up Dax Harwood for a 2 count, but when he kicked out, Cash Wheeler inadvertently nailed Bandito with the title outside of referee's vision, as Bandito kicked out again, and Walter thought that this was it. It wasn't. As we continue, Brody King continued to fight back, and Bandito isolated Dax Harwood in the ring for their own version of a shadow machine, and somehow Dax Harwood kicked out. I don't know how the fuck he did that. We continue moving forward, looking for the second shooter, the monkey flip into, of course, the flip, quite literally. But he was snatched and pulled out of the ring post the hard way as Wheeler again nailed a dive on Brody King on the outside. Immediately went for a top rope doomsday device, only for Bandito to reverse it on the way down into a near fall, into a fucking power slam. Unbelievable. As, of course, we saw Wheeler put one on Brody King, a choke on the apron, and Brody King was able to break away from it by crashing backwards in the ring post, but wound up getting spiked on the apron with a stuffed pile driver, FTR classic finisher. With FTR finally putting freaking Brody King down for the remainder of this match. And Bandito with the last bullet in his revolver. Great reference, by the way. The most wanted man, if he was going to go down, he was going to go down in a blaze of his own glory. Damn it. FTR returned to the ring to end this with a spiked pile driver on Bandito. And some fucking how he kicked freaking out. Enough to stagger to his legs to show his last bullet, barely holding the gun, realizing that his time had come. Defiant till the end, FTR hits another freaking shadow machine, and by the end of this, Bandito was down for the 3 count. FTR are now record tying 3-time AEW World Tag Team Champions, and they did it on their own for pretty much 80% of this match in what could rival what they did against American Alpha and DIY and the Briscoes and even the Young Bucks for that matter. This was fucking incredible. Get that off here, damn it, Walter, you fucking idiot. All right, well, that being said, let's go ahead and get your thoughts towards this outcome and this incredible match that even got the cement approval where I said, that's professional wrestling, damn it. Walter, I'll start with you. What the fuck was this? Was this tag team match of the year for you?
I don't want to say of the year because people accuse us of recency bias because we just saw it yesterday. But
yeah, that's true. But we also have a month left. But top that shit. I mean, we covered HOD. We know how great main event are. WWE, and again, AEW. You wonder again, where does the tag team scene be at its strongest? We saw 8-man tag with the System and, of course, the Rascals in full. That also another incredible match. But right now, dude, this is definitely the most memorable tag team match for me this year. But go ahead.
It's awesome. It was an awesome match. And I smell what Tony Khan's cooking because who was dealing with FTR before the hiatus? Christian and Adam Cole. You come back, who wins the tag titles from FTR? Adam Copeland and Christian Cage reuniting and becoming tag team. I see that where this is going. I'm telling you, watch. I said it now on November 23rd. 5:19 p.m. Eastern. Remember, FTR is going to lose the title to Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. Watch. I feel like that's where this is going.
I'll put you one better. You know, Revolution next year?
Yeah.
It's happening in Toronto. I would not. I'm calling it now. Revolution in Toronto, whether it's at the Rogers Center or not.
Coca-Cola Coliseum.
I think that's a little bit too small.
That's fair.
I don't know if they can do it at the Scotiabank Arena.
Different conversation, but you are right considering what we just recently heard. Continue.
I'm saying it here. Revolution, Scotia at Rogers Center at the Sky Dome. Edge and Christian versus FTR.
What day is that?
Even versus the Matriarchy. In the main event of Revolution.
I swear, if that is it, oh my god, I might have to save some money and take a flight to Toronto, man.
I'm about to say, again, you're really pushing it there, but I do see what you mean. And the moment in itself, talk about the ultimate opportunity. All right, well, that's fair. Well, again, we will see what happens there soon enough. And to the point made, it, I believe, will be, because usually it's in March, I think. I don't know if they disclosed that date or not, but again, they're saying Toronto. I'm going to go along with it. I think March 15th is the projected date, but again, don't at me on it. All right, well, thank you for that, Nick. Ash, your thoughts on the brand new AEW World Tag Team Champions. FTR did against Bandito. A hell of a run by Bandito and Brody King, though. Nothing to be shy about. And of course, Bandito is still the Ring of Honor World Champion. And this does free Brody King, who was also a massive MVP, shares of Ishii in the G1. Brody King's one of the heaviest players and hitters and constants in the Continental Classic. So could it be maybe Brody King's year this year in a way? Because again, y'all talk about foregone conclusion, we'll talk about later. AEW is not that damn predictable. What a crazy concept. Again, different conversation every day. Go ahead, Ash, you're fine on this match.
This was one of the best tag matches I've watched all year. This was bananas. This was holy shit. like there were like moments where I thought the match was done, but freaking Bandito, man, just like the fighting spirit he put on. Bandito's another one of these wrestlers who I have to binge watch, because a lot of my friends in the spaces, they say Bandito's contender for wrestler of the year, and yeah, I can see why. Because oh my god, but did Bandito hold his own? And this was a solid tag match. FTR proving that they are one of the best tag teams of the modern day, if not of all time, because those two work just so well together. And it's just, I can't wait to see how this title reign goes. And I'm hoping to see both Bandito and Brody King in the Continental Classic.
Oh, Bandito, the Continental Classic. I like that. All right. Fair shout. Okay. Well, that being said, congratulations to FTR, the brand new 3-time AEW Tag Team Champions. Yes, Walter.
He's still the ROH champion, right?
That is correct. Which means he will be defending that most likely at Final Battle next month. I'm so pissed off I'm not going to Final Battle. But you know what? I truly do love covering all the greatest pay-per-views and shows with all of you. So I'm not sad in the slightest. Prayers are my passions. All right. Let's go ahead and move on from there. Well, while you were talking about that kerfuffle earlier, why don't you go ahead and have some fun with this? Let's go ahead and talk about the Full Gear Casino Gauntlet match to crown the inaugural AEW National Champion. I mean, for a while, it was just straight up business, hurt business. And then there was a demand for a different direction. And we saw a little bit of flight. And then we saw some big, meaty warfare. And maybe a high-speed, faster than fast-forward one-on-one tease for later. So, Walter, give your thoughts and your analysis and outlook on the inaugural AEW National Championship, the title itself, and also, of course, never mind. I say that he's doing something. Okay, let's go with the fair lady. Ash, your thoughts on the AEW Full Gear Casino Gauntlet match to crown the inaugural AEW National Championship. We saw the title, beautiful title, and we saw the madness, bald. We saw, of course, the entrance, and we saw the winner. I'm just going to say this real quick, though. Damn it! Should have picked him. Go ahead, Ash.
This was a really fun match. I love the little teases that they did, like at the beginning with Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley, as well like the little teaser of what a match between Kevin Knight and Speedball Mike Bailey would look like somewhere down the road. I love how like some storylines like played out, especially with the commentator between Daddy Magic and Daniel Garcia. I thought that was well done. Congrats to Ricochet. I look forward to see who he challenges for like who the title contenders are and where is he going to take that title, because that title can be defended like in CMLL, ROH, and New Japan, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I would love to see Ricochet go to all those promotions and see who challenges them for those titles, because those are going to be such banger matches.
Formerly, he was known as the King of the Indies. He is the one of only, so I guess in hindsight it makes sense. But We are never going to hear the fucking end of this. And he is going to go more than ever. God help us.
It's gonna get a good heel heat on him. That's what that's for.
As if he doesn't have enough already being a Philadelphia Eagles fan. All right. Moving on from there again. I'm a hashtag indifferent to sports, but even I understand the madness with that nonsense. Don't blame those people one bit. All right. With that being said, I'll go ahead and run it down here real quick. As I said, Bobby Lashley and Benjamin, they were number 1, number 2, mutual respect. MVP, of course, going alongside them. We saw the two slap hands, and it was a bit of a filling out process, almost an amateur wrestling match, considering Shelton Benjamin, because he got away from Minnesota University. And, of course, Bobby Lashley, former MMA Bellator fighter and TNA world champion. I like the subtleness here, but they knew what was going to be ahead. I was hoping to get more from these two, but again, maybe things to come. And then the countdown hit where we saw, go figure, Ricochet, the bane of MVP and the Hurts Against existence. And he prepared on mic saying, no one wants this wrestling BS. We want to see these two go to war. We want to see these two wrestle and fight. Biding for time before the gates of agony arrived and ran roughshod, wiping out Bobby Lashley, wiping out Shelton Benjamin, and Ricochet wiping out MVP consistently with a microphone in the head to the point it was assisted backstage. As referees finally got the gates of agony out of the play field because they were not actual entrants in here. Here comes an actual entrant as Ricochet was crowing. Claudio Castagnoli. When was the last we heard Claudio cheered, by the way, since trying the Death Riders? I'm just saying. As Claudio Castagnoli basically made Ricochet shut the hell up, went for a jet swing for a little bit and then said, no, fuck you. And then after an uppercut for a 2 count, Ricochet bowed back with a flying head scissors as the countdown hit 0. And Ricochet's night got worse as more Death Riders came forward. Daniel Garcia. Then Daniel Garcia, basically, Ricochet, he may have survived the Hurts to get for a little bit, but the Death Riders now 2-on-1. Ricochet was being clobbered by Claudio Castagnoli and Daniel Garcia, basically taking turns. At one point, Castagnoli literally saw Ricochet steamrolled and then hit him with an uppercut. Ricochet avoided another charge, though, and sent Claudio Castagnoli to the outside, as he also was crushed on the top by Daniel Garcia. And then came out, whatever. First, he squeezed Orange Cassidy as Daniel Garcia and Ricochet set up for a German to the top. Cassidy just smacked Ricochet on his bald head to finish the job. This was so damn freaking funny. As he went for the pinfall on Ricochet, though, Claudio Castagnoli lifted him up by one hand by his waist of his jeans. That is fucking ridiculous. You might as well be lifting up a pillow. As Orange Cassidy came back with Stun Dog Millionaire and nailed DD on Ricochet for a near fall, as out came with a Yuta. And again, best friends no longer, teacher and student. Cassidy actually waiting for a Yuta, though, and it looked like we're going to finally get some long overdue payback. Garcia and Claudio Castagnoli attacked Orange Cassidy from behind, became a 3-on-1 assault. Continuing forward, we had Cassidy still fight back from the corner. Then Ricochet was going to join the forever train of clotheslines until Claudio Castagnoli flew him an uppercut. Nobody wanted to work with this man. Gee, I wonder why. Then we had Kevin Knight fly, and I mean fly. He soared down that entranceway with that leaping clothesline. That was fucking ridiculous. Eat your heart out, Delta. As we saw him take him out with a step-up clothesline from the apron and go to the top with the Claudio Castagnoli, but was caught, and Boltman spilled the outside over the top. That could have been very horrible. Ricochet went for a roll-up count 9. Roderick Strong then came in, immediately had a backstabber on the apron on Daniel Garcia. After Daniel Garcia was urinagi for a table a couple weeks ago on Collision, Strong then hit Claudio Castagnoli with a fireman's carry slam and dropped Ricochet across his knees. Vicious sick kick for a 2 count as out came Dunkzilla Mark Davis, who was like a walking anomaly that could not be taken down. Ricochet sit-out pile driver was taken out. Spike's pile driver to Yuta and Garcia, and Cassidy getting a running PK immediately. Didn't affect him at all. Speed on my bed, much more proficient striking, though. Got a pin attempt after a DDT as him and Kevin Knight both went for the pin. Had a quick, subtle exchange with none another as they immediately exchanged pinfall attempts and kick attempts. That Matrix skit was nice. Stop for a moment. Garcia tapped from behind. Lots Bailey and the Dragon Slayer. As the count reached 0, here came Daddy Magic. To Ash's point, Daddy Magic and Daniel Garcia were not factors the rest of this match. After they fought to the backstage area through the audience, Ricochet tried to sneak back in until Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin saw him. Bobby Lashley, Mark Davis, Carganose, and Shelton Benjamin the only man left standing. Davis and Castagnoli came back and slowed down Benjamin and Elijah for a moment, but Cassidy nailed Mark Davis with the orange punch, while Lashley missed a spear on Claudio and crashed in the barricade. And then Orange Cassidy had Ricochet up for the orange punch, but Yuta stopped it, tried to steal the pin. Kevin Knight returned the UFL splash on Yuta, and Ricochet out of nowhere, Yu Yu Hakusho, crushed Knight with the spirit gun, and Ricochet became the inaugural AEW National Champion. This got crazy in a hurry, fast and furious, 0 to 100 as always, in the finishing stretch. I just need Claudio Castagnoli, Mark Davis, and Bobby Lashley now in a triple threat. This was fun, though. Again, it's been a staple of AEW for championship opportunities, and now we're kind of the first champion here with this title. So let's go ahead and get y'all's thoughts towards this match. And Nick, I will start with you.
Okay. Are y'all ready for this?
Go for it, bro.
I hated this. I absolutely hated this match. I knew going in that we shouldn't have had it. And my thoughts, right? These are not the thoughts of anybody else.
Yeah, it's like, this is your honest opinion.
Yeah.
And welcome to it. Go ahead, sir.
I hated it, dude. I thought this was an absolute waste of time. They could have done something different. Did we need we had a gauntlet match, and I get there were names in there, but I would have liked to see a return. I would have liked to see a New Japan star or a CMLL star. Hell, give me a star from the Indies, somebody that we would never see. This didn't, for me, this did not come off well. I didn't like it. You could have done qualifying matches for a shot in a 4-way match or a 6-way match. You could have done something else. I didn't like it at all.
All right, that's fair. Well, I did watch the media scrum, and Ricochet subtly in his own cocky way said, I'm not going to open Winfrey and give out free opportunities. You're going to want a chance of this. You got to earn it. And again, we'll see what that means, especially the Gates of Agony that will be defending him, as he also wants to get the Gates of Agony gold as well as a demand once command AEW. Well, Walter, Ricochet is finally a single champion in AEW. Lord help us in that ego and bravado. What do you guys say regarding this Casino Gauntlet match and Ricochet being the inaugural champ?
Well, I saw it coming. I knew it was going to be Ricochet. But I do get what Nick is saying, the lack of surprise and the lack of stars, but I think you don't want to keep bringing that many people in and getting people happy when they're not the winners, and then it's a one-off and you're not going to use them again. But
Walter, may I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Noah, may I?
Yeah, of course.
I get that, but the fact that we were told that this championship was supposed to be defended in New Japan, in ROH, in CMLL, and on the Indies, you could have given us something.
I get it. I would have done that. At least one CMLL and one New Japan, just for saying that they're defending those titles there. Invite them. I totally get what you're saying.
Exactly.
I do too.
Like why would now? Like if I'm a fan and I'm watching this and I'm seeing that this title, it's supposed to be defended everywhere, but all of these other promotions don't even. This shows me that this title, while you said it was supposed to be defended in other promotions, those other promotions don't even find it relevant because they didn't even have the decency to send somebody to represent them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but also that comes down to also maybe there was just a booking conflict with the people that maybe they wanted to send. It's not like you're going to send Joe Schmo from Kokomo or Toru Yano right now.
Well, you got the built-in excuse. You got the built-in excuse. You can always say, well, this person was going to show up and was going to be number this, but it ended before they can get here. That's kind of the rule.
Ryder Strong literally did that one time. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you got it in. Even though it's a lame way to get out of it, you can always say, well, this person or that person was supposed to be in it, but it ended before we can get to that number.
Exactly. All right. Well, that being said, finger for that, Nick. Again, congratulations to Ricochet, the inaugural AEW national champion. All right, let's go ahead and move into what I simply am going to call technically, violently, bloody brilliant. No holds barred match. Kyle O'Reilly versus Jan Moxley. And this was everything I expected and then some when it came to
I
these.
think this is where Nick woke up.
To a degree, I think we all did because one, Kyle O'Reilly is a beast on the mat. Two, Jon Moxley is a hybrid freak. Three, we knew this was going to be violent. I did not know it was going to be so technically founded where the violence was a plea of defense versus a need to the end. Just saying. And Ash will echo that. Let me go ahead and run this down first, and then we're going to open this to discussion. No holds bar match, of course, meant that holds were legal in the ropes. Rope place didn't mean shit. Pinfall submission still had to happen inside the ring, and there was no counts, no disqualifications. As soon as O'Reilly got in the ring, we just went straight to freaking war. Double A takedown on Jon Moxley. O'Reilly fired away with, of course, those palm strikes. Of course, his Muay Thai background. Moxley, though, firing back. Moxley trying to control O'Reilly on the ground. Again, this was a mat game, folks. Both men trying to snatch each other's arm, getting free shots when they could, because, of course, trying to do a submission, you expose your body, you expose an area, you expose a vulnerability. You don't even have to be an MMA expert to understand that, right, Walter? As O'Reilly came back with brutal kicks to the chest in the corner, and Moxley came back with a fish hook, it was completely legal again in this match. Moxley literally using what Kyle O'Reilly asked for when Jon Moxley said, can you do this again, 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 again? Of course, he's already tapped out to the violent artist, not once, not twice, but 3 times, 2 in an actual match. That being said, here we freaking go. As we, after the fish hook, O'Reilly nearly caught Moxley in the ankle lock. You can see the sheer panic in Jon Moxley's face. Shabir, as stoic as ever. I can imagine how she prepared Jon Moxley for this. Then Moxley bailed to the outside, and that's when Shafir handed Moxley a fork. I swear that he must be the long lost son of a dude with a butcher. Brian Danielson, of course, talking about how Shafir gave Moxley the weapon because she didn't think Moxley could go hole for hole with O'Reilly. That's actually an interesting thought right there because we talk about the subtleness. I don't know if y'all saw the exclusive interview or exclusive backstage that was like 2 minutes long to Jon Moxley and the Death Riders, of course. We're done with the night and the stoic look of one Claudio Castagnoli. Again, Shafir is always stoic. Can you read the problem's emotions? If you can, I guess you're Nostradamus. I don't know. Anyway, as things continued, O'Reilly held Moxley on until Moxley, let's just call it this, he stabbed the man. He constantly stabbed O'Reilly in the fucking head and then switching the fork to his back. Jesus Christ. Someone out psycho practically about a knife in the music. Hey, JJ, there's a movie rested for you. Don't get used to that.
And then he scratched the shit out of his back. Ugh.
Yeah, I was saying, O'Reilly was an absolute bloody mess. Crimson Mask wore for Kyle O'Reilly up to this point. Same thing he wore in Blood and Guts. As Moxley pounds the exposed wound, literally binding at it, O'Reilly still trying to strike back against Jon Moxley as he was bleeding profusely. Continuing this match, though, Moxley controlled O'Reilly at this point, now keeping him on the ground. So far as buying O'Reilly's fingers to stop him from trying to escape. Eventually, though, Moxley was able to escape another ankle lock as O'Reilly, freaking relentless on this hold, with a bat drop and then went back for the fork again. Sense of desperation, maybe, folks. I want you to count how many times I say Jon Moxley goes back for the fork in this match. That's twice so far. As he then forked O'Reilly's nipple. You know the most sensitive part of the human body? Yeah. I'm just going to leave that alone. As O'Reilly continued forward, though, back in the ring, Moxley hit him with an ace crusher, but O'Reilly turned it into an ankle lock again. And then eventually Moxley went for a triangle, but O'Reilly escaped and turned into his vicious zone. Walter's favorite, transitional wrestling. And then Moxley grabbed the fork again, but this time O'Reilly was ready for it. And this is the point where Moxley got a taste of his own medicine. Stabbed multiple times over. Both men a bleeding, bloody freaking mess. I will continue here, looking underneath the ring. O'Reilly brings out a chain. Where's the last time we saw that, baby? As, of course, both men had a handful of the chain. Moxley trapped O'Reilly in a bulldog choke with the chain, but O'Reilly, life, blood, and guts, able to escape. More ground and pound, traditional wrestling from an ankle lock to an STF. Got out of it, though, by stabbing Moxley's hand with the fork. Out. And Moxley checking his hand on the outside. Probably literally stabbed his skin, I guess. O'Reilly with the chain once again, though, went to the outside, though, with a chair. He trapped O'Reilly's arm, though, in a chair and stomped it. Pretty sure he probably almost dislocated it. which may have been broken at that point. Bringing him back inside the ring, O'Reilly tried to fight back, but it was a one-arm man in an ass-kicking contest, flat on the mat. As he hit him with a Death Rider, and Moxley immediately went for the submission hold on the arm, but couldn't get it all the way because Kyle O'Reilly's resilience and awareness grabbed his own tights to block it. That was bloody freaking brilliant. As he escaped and trapped Moxley in another ankle lock, this time with the chain, grapevine around his legs and trapping Moxley with nowhere to go, no one to his aid, no Shafir getting involved in the decision. Moxley tapped out again. And once again, Moxley has tapped out now twice in a match to Kyle O'Reilly. The first time ever in WWE history in the span of 10 days. As I thought, John Moxley trying to bring out the absolute best and the worst of everybody here. The real wrestlers, the most violent people, 5 wrestlers, 4 wrestlers, John Moxley's mission statement for the Death Riders, MO. You think there'll be a mutual respect here? Nope. As we literally see John Moxley bang the mat in frustration, give the nod to O'Reilly, and acknowledging that he may have lost the better man, he then fucking drops him with freaking awful attack on that broken arm before Kyle O'Reilly, of course, was saved by Orange Cassidy and the conglomeration, as O'Reilly literally barely able to move that left arm as Moxley left through the crowd, as always, defiant as ever, while Orange Cassidy and Roderick Strong helped Kyle O'Reilly to the back. I also have an update for you regarding Kyle O'Reilly and potentially his Continental Classic. He is not medically clear to compete. He may not be in it this year at all, unfortunately, once again. Damn it. That being said, bloody, violent, techers aside, Kyle O'Reilly wins the night, but it might have been an empty victory considering who got the last statement and possibly the last injury. Jesus, this was nuts. All right, let's go around the horn and see what you all think here about this match. And since Walter pointed out Nick a little bit, we'll start with Nick this time. Nick, your thoughts on this bloody, violent, technical combat?
Okay. This did not need. Again, I know this is going to sound like
a broken record, like
I'm being negative, but I'm
not.
not.
I just think you're critical. You're fine, brother. You're not negative here. Continue.
This did not need to be a no holds bar match.
I'm just eating, folks.
He's eating the kielbasa.
Kielbasa. Let's make sure I say it right.
This did not need to be a no holds barred match. That was a stupid stipulation for this to be. It could have easily just been a submission match. Then I would have been fine with it. That's my first thing. Number 2, it was a good match. But the fact that we didn't get anything after this match, and I get it, they might do something. I get World's End is coming. I get everything. I see the grander plan. But the fact that there wasn't even a tease of temptation or a tension between the group after this match goes back to why I didn't think it was a waste of time to have the Pac and Darby match to open the show. And then this match, I didn't care. I really wish they would have done something at the end of this match to show that, you know what, the Death Riders are skeptical. They're hesitant now to follow him. This was an okay match, but again, I felt like this again another match that didn't need to be here. This could have been saved. This could have been saved, in my opinion, for the Dynamite Thanksgiving main event. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It was okay. It wasn't anything to write home about. Again, things I would have done different.
All right, fair enough. Well, that being said, Walter, you are a proponent of transitional wrestling. I think this is safe to say this was your most transitional wrestling match before the WWE Women's World Championship. So lend your thoughts towards this violent, technical combat, and what do you think's next for Death Riders here?
I see what Nick is talking about, but I like the affair because it mixed hardcore with technical wrestling. It was different, and the fact that nobody has ever made Moxley tap this much. Everybody's got their nemesis, somebody that they just can't beat. Kyle O'Reilly is seemingly he's that to John Moxley. Now, in terms of where it goes, I think either he leaves the group himself and lets somebody take the reins, or they kick him out eventually. But I agree with Nick with the terms of I wanted to see a tease. I wanted Shafir to show him some kind of look like how is this the leader, or Claudio, or just somebody, even if it was just a subtle look like what is this?
Yeah.
Like, but they didn't tease anything at all. So I think more is to come. But yeah, I would have done at least that, like a look, something
subtle,
Yeah,
to be like,
yeah.
oh, okay, I see where this is going. And
Yeah.
sorry to cut you guys off. We're all listen. I know we love the in-ring aspect of AEW. That's what brought us here. The love of the in-ring action and the story is kind of second. However, with something like this that has been building for months and months, going back to last year, I feel like you needed something here to get us interested into watching Dynamite. You know what I mean? Like the C2 is your big thing, and I get that, but you needed, with this story in particular, you needed something, and I don't think they gave us that.
Okay, and I respect that. As for I give you this, I just want to take away some notes what John Moxley said when I showed you that photo here. Kyle O'Reilly's going to the hospital tonight. Darby Allin, Mr. Big Hero, he's been in the hospital, what, like 2, 3 times, 4 times or whatever. Does he have a punch card discount at this point? He goes out there tonight. He's still an amateur. There are your guys. They ain't real wrestlers. These guys ain't real pro wrestlers. None of them. They don't know what the life's about. They never lived the life. Again, John Moxley's mentality on what professional wrestling is and what professional wrestling, I'm trying to teach him, trying to bring it out of him, trying to reach in and grab it out of him. I thought Kyle O'Reilly had it in him. He was a real pro wrestler at one point, but now he's one of these guys, one of these wusses that's going to be at the hospital tonight. It ain't over, man. Game Jet keeps going. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. You can go to AEW and finish the rest of it.
Wait, he said that on the media scrum?
No, John Moxley said that post-show in that photo I showed you. John Moxley gave his afterthoughts as he reacted to his match. You see the Death Riders. You saw in that photo subtly, though, again, I think action speaks louder than words, even though John Moxley's the loudest man right now. Sometimes say the loudest man is the stupidest man in the room. And John Moxley is no idiot by any means. He's seen people celebrate this company to near extinction, and they ain't got no time to celebrate because there's another fight tomorrow. The ops never lagging. John Moxley never stops working, apparently. And that apparently seems to be the Death Riders' ammo, for Pete freaking sake. Battle continues forward. That's what life's all about, man. Y'all celebrating the regular season. And that's John Moxley's closing thoughts by the Death Rider himself. As for that food for thought, what do you think about John Moxley's mentality on this continued Death Riders ride? The outlook on Kyle O'Reilly, despite what he essentially has brought out of him now over the last few weeks, and we're being perfectly honest here. He's been the most savage and driven I think we've seen Kyle O'Reilly his entire AEW career. But also, again, he won, and where's Kyle O'Reilly going? To the hospital. Your thoughts on this match and John Moxley's outlook?
This was a fine match. It did what it needed to do. It helped further plant seeds in whether or not Mox is going to be exiled out of the Death Riders and who's going to be taking over. It's misfortunate that Kyle O'Reilly is no longer in the C2 and is in the hospital right now. And hopefully they find something for him to do when he fully recovers, because this was a pretty big win for Kyle O'Reilly, and for them to not capitalize on it when he comes back is going to be a very missed opportunity.
Yeah, I'm about to say, again, I only can hope the injury is a short work or a short thing. Again, I really hope the arm's okay and it's not something more extensional. I mean, the man's been through seizures. Again, he went through a freaking neck surgery before his career was over, literally for almost 2 years. And that was after a match with John Moxley, might I add. Knowing going in, he already had a bit of a compromised neck. Kyle O'Reilly might literally be his own worst enemy, while he might have second life in this business. Now he might need a third one here, and we're still waiting for Half-Life 3 to come out. What's going to happen first? You tell me. But the fact that John Moxley says, it's a shame that you may not be here, man, because the players are about to begin, is he referring to the Continental Classic? And is there a chance that we could see both these men somehow involved in that? Or does it escalate through there? Because let's keep in mind, John Moxley has not been in the Continental Classic, I think, for the last couple of times. I think he was part of the inaugural one, but I don't know. I'm going to keep following this. I've been along this ride for this long, but to Nick's point, I do think we need to see some sort of turn off this straight road, as really John Moxley keeps the game going. Whether you like it or not, there seems to be no stopping what John Moxley's doing. It's just a matter of who holds that. And it might be some of our men that needs to do that, because clearly no one in AEW can. It's crazy. But yeah, Kyle O'Reilly, that was the damnedest match of his career, in my opinion, in AEW. And again, this is the same guy that freaking beat Adam Cole, baby. Not once, but twice under extreme means in the end of my NXT. And again, this Kyle O'Reilly has all the makings of being a champion if allowed to be in AEW. But he needs to avoid being injured. And at this point, we need to find something to neutralize long-term John Moxley. And I don't think there's one person that yet knows how to do that outside the Death Riders, if I'm being perfectly honest. And Darren, it's good to see you. But yeah, I enjoyed this match because I love technical wrestling. I'm a masochist for violence to a degree. And honestly, if you can make something out of both of those, like a fusion and Dragon Ball Z, you got me invested. We'll see what happens for the Continental Classic. And if this Death Riders escapade continues, how many Death Riders will be in the Continental Classic? Just saying. We've had Kyle Castagnoli in it previously. They got Daniel Garcia now part of the race. Daniel Garcia was previously part of the Continental Classic. Don't rule out the Death Riders trying to overhaul this thing this holiday season. Just saying. All right. So, moving on from there. From a match of violent technicality to a match about legacy and destiny, let's talk about the TNT Championship, as it was Mark Briscoe versus Kyle Fletcher 6. This time in a no disqualification match for the TNT Championship. And this was everything I expected and then some, Ash. You muted.
Sorry, yeah, this was a solid match. I'm happy Mark Briscoe won the TNT title. That was pretty sweet. I'm looking forward to see who he goes up against next. I don't think he's quite done with the Don Callis family quite yet, or even Kyle Fletcher as well.
Right.
I think it was Nick who said this in the spaces, that they're going to make this a best of 7.
Yeah. I see it. I can absolutely see it. As the record stands 3-3. So go ahead and give your thoughts and clip notes towards this match.
Yeah, I really enjoy this match because, like, oh my God, Kyle Fletcher has really come into his own. Like, he is his own man now. Like, he's gone from being what I like to call a Will cosplayer to his own character, to his own person.
Legit.
And his TNT title run was very well done. I'm looking forward to, if we do get a best out of 7 in Mark Briscoe retains, I look forward to see if Mark Briscoe continues to feud with the rest of the Don Callis family, as well as what's next for Kyle Fletcher as well, because I don't think he's quite ready for the main event scene quite yet.
So I'll tease that all out.
Yeah. But the career trajectory he's been going on, it's nowhere but up from here on out.
Yeah, I'm about to say, again, I talked about it before, forever rivals that truly fight forever, bringing the best and worst out of each other. Kyle O'Reilly, by the way, there's your brand new TNT Championship, folks, presented by Orange Cassidy of the collaboration to Mark Briscoe. Them boy, now the face of TNT and one of
that's awesome.
What a world we live in. I agree. Anyway, by the way, for those that don't know, the quotes on his Titantron, that was a Vegeta speech that he had on his Titantron. So, again, I love that shit. All right. That being said, let's talk about this violent affair. And to your point, it was, again, now 3-3. Gotta get best of 7 out of these two. Fight forever. They're the Randy Orton and John Cena of freaking AEW at this point, and I'm okay with it because each match has been absolutely insane. And also not way too repetitive 1,000 times over. Anyway, before the match began, we saw a video package narrated by him and, of course, both his blood family and his wrestling family, the conglomeration, and, of course, the Briscoe line. As, of course, he said he's not walking alone in this. Fletcher, of course, entering his 6th singles match between Mark Briscoe, as I alluded to, as Don Callis joins commentary. There was chairs, there was ladders, so many fucking warped, thrown, jagged freaking ladders. Oh, my God. There was a table. There was a barbed wire table. There was tacks. There was a screwdriver that almost literally stabbed somebody in their fucking chest or gut. What the fuck are you thinking, Kyle? You sick fuck. About to say, I don't know why that ran like Dr. Seuss, but I did not mean it to, but it's 110% accurate. Anyway, as things continue, that's great from here with steel chairs, cannonball from the apron. Fletcher took the advantage, swept the leg. Fletcher back first on the steel ring steps, though. That was a nasty bump, by the way, that he took there. And then, of course, we followed up from there after Kyle Fletcher, first known injury it looked like this match, hurt his elbow after a brain buster on the chair to Mark Briscoe. As Briscoe's face was literally launched like a dart posing for the crowd as he literally threw him into the ladder and posed to the crowd. Fletcher then found another ladder, as I said, threw in the ring. We saw Briscoe bleeding. Again, bleeding Briscoe. This is normal professional wrestling for a Briscoe and his extreme element. I'm just saying. As he manned up, but we followed with a body slam on another ladder. I think there was like 4 ladders broken during this match. Slammed the ladder on Briscoe's back. Then Fletcher propped up the ladder in the corner, set Briscoe into it hard, but Briscoe managed to counter. Shoulder up in time for the pinfall count. Things continued to escalate from there. We saw Kyle Fletcher was busted open after a drop kick from the top after Kyle Fletcher fell off the top rope and threw, when the ladder was thrown into his face. And then both men are bleeding profusely. Now both men are kicking into another gear at Full Gear. How fitting. On the outside, we had a table, a couple of chair shots in the midsection. So many chairs. There's so many chairs in front of the face. Having to have suplex on multiple chairs, but he hit the floor faithfully, if you want to call it that. Fletcher again with the advantage of 6 chairs for a bed of woe on the floor. And then Briscoe, of course, mollywopped him with another chair. Joey Styles, style, redundancy. Briscoe went up to the top, but Don Callis called a stretch without Kyle Fletcher to push Briscoe off the top, corroding down the floor through a table. Good Lord. As I look for the count out win, because of course count out don't matter here. Again, it's no disqualification. Going on from there, though, another table set up in the corner. Opposite corner, the running boot. That running boot is ridiculous. To Kyle Fletcher, he tried to lawn dart Briscoe into the table, but he stopped him and hit him with an enziguri. Follow up from there. Briscoe still kicked out after a ridiculous last ride lager bomb, huge power bomb. Fletcher went to the outside, grabbed a metal bucket, and of course, we all knew what that was filled with. Freaking thumbtacks, probably left over from AEW all out. First, shoved them down Briscoe's mouth and hit him with a damn thrust kick. And again, I got you, bro. I appreciate you, as always. And, of course, we're going to go to Asher once we finish this thing out. Fisherman Buster on the tacks as Kyle Fletcher became a human pincushion. Convulsing kicked out of 2. Retrieved a barbed wire table underneath the match and a massive ladder, adding to the pile of weapons. A huge kick, though. Briscoe fought back and knocked Fletcher to the floor, where he had a flipping net breaker from the apron through the chairs, countering out of a freaking Samoan drop attempt. Things escalated from there with a froggy bro from the top of the ladder to Kyle Fletcher, through the table to the tax. Kyle Fletcher somehow kicked out. As Don Callis, of course, brought a screwdriver in. Briscoe got screwed in the head, not once, but twice. Also got a low blow, and still he did not win. Taking things to even more extreme measures, trying to stab Mark Briscoe in the chest and the gut with the screwdriver, piercing through the top turnbuckle, or should I say his head, looking for that Protostar brainbuster. Thank God Mark Briscoe was able to counter that. Briscoe getting his own receipt with the low blow, a suplex into the taps. Somehow Fletcher kicks out again, then goes to the top. Fletcher shoves the referee into the ropes, though, takes Mark Briscoe out of play. As Fletcher grabbed the screwdriver and stabbed Briscoe in the head multiple times, brainbuster on the tack, somehow Briscoe got the shoulder up. Things finally ended, though, when the barbed wire table came into play, as Mark Briscoe hit a crucifix powerbomb from the top of the barbed wire table and hit him with a J Driller, becoming the new face of TNT and beating the Protostar and tying the record 3-3. And he also does not join the Don Callis family. Fucking violent and beautiful, to say the least. Ash, I saw your message, so go ahead and give your thoughts on this and your clip notes on the AEW Women's World Championship, the Men's World Championship, and if you want the $1 Million Trios match, and your closing remarks on AEW Full Gear, as she has to bid us adieu here, folks, shortly. And she right now might need... Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Ash, you're muted. Botch.
Oh, sorry. I had to step out. My mom was calling me.
God bless mothers. Anyway, this is Ash's wrap up. Go ahead, Ash. Your thoughts on this match and the rest of Full Gear. The Women's Championship, World Championship, Trios match, the Continental Classic entrance now known, and your overall closing remarks on Full Gear. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the match order was. So we just finished talking about Fletcher and Briscoe, yeah?
Correct. So Don Callis, 5-7 was up next, and then we had, of course, the trios match for $1 million.
Yeah. So for the trios match for the $1 million, it was a fun match. I say what you will about the Young Bucks, but I get so much enjoyment out of them. They're such a good tag team. It's such a good tag team to watch. Kenny Omega, Luchasaurus, Jack Perry works really good together. I'm more so as like I'm surprised I thought the Young Bucks were the team they were going to lose, but they ended up winning. But however, they chose friendship over money, and I'm thinking the Young Bucks and the Don Callis family aren't done yet, especially with them reuniting with Kenny Omega. So we got Elite Melodrama coming up soon, which I get enjoyment out of because I love watching being the Elite, and maybe that could translate. Like maybe those are going to bleed into each other. Man, like the Don Callis family has like made enemies out of everyone, but at the same time, they're like one of the top heel teams other than the Death Riders.
Accurate.
We got Mercedes versus Chris Statlander, which was a really solid match. I am so happy Chris Statlander won. I love her. She is everything I love in a woman and in a woman's wrestler.
Amen.
I can't wait to see who Statlander faces next for that title. And I'm hoping that at World's End, Willow beats Mercedes for the TBS title, because that would be a nice full circle moment, because her whole belt collector gimmick that she is on started when she beat Willow Nightingale for that TBS title.
That's correct.
And for the the steel cage match between Hangman and Joe, I'm surprised Joe won. I thought Hangman was going to retain. And I know like all the crap I give for Hangman's title run. This was a big shock to me because I thought Hangman was going to retain. And now I kind of feel bad that Hangman title reign came to an end. But at the same time, it's just like Hangman had to get the title from Mox because everyone was, not everyone, but a good chunk of AEW fans were getting sick of Moxley's title run. I don't think they were sick of the Death Riders. It was just more so like Moxley's run as the champion. I think that's what it was. And just the Death Riders were like collateral damage because they were guilty by association.
Right.
The Ops are also a heel team now, and Swerve making his return at the end, and Hangman and Swerve teaming up. I'm looking forward to see how they team up with and who they pick as a possible third person to help them fight off the Ops, because I don't think Hangman and the Ops are done yet.
Oh, not by a long shot. Not after what we saw. All right. Well, that being said, I know you got to go to work. So what's your final takeaway from AEW Full Gear? What did you think of the show overall? And what do you think about what's to come?
I love this show. I had a blast watching it. I had a blast calling it with you guys. This not only was the matches solid, but it did a good job of making me want to tune into Dynamite. It got me pumped for the Continental Classic, and I'm looking forward to World's End. So mission accomplished, AEW.
All right. Well, there you go, folks. And again, that is Ash's wrap up. Stay tuned for further chats from Ash, Pop Culture Podcast with Attila, and me and her will soon share once again in New Japan Pro Wrestling discussion as well, as she continues to take care of her priorities after dealing with her passions. Appreciate you, Ash, as always. Before you bid us a fine adieu, go ahead and tell where the people can find you.
You can find me on X, the app formerly known as Twitter, at ShadowBadAsh, lurking in the spaces. And also, don't be a dickhead. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, Batty for Wrestling.
Become part of our Army for today, and stay tuned for further content to come. And you can always see her and now the spaces on the Shenanigans. All right, Ash, we'll have a wonderful Sunday night and a safe evening at work, and we will see you next time here in the SRS, especially with the kickoff of the Continental Classic. I cannot fucking wait to do this with you all. See you then, pal.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good one, my friend. And then there were 3. Okay, so let's go ahead now and continue in our regular fashion. Always appreciate Ash. Does anyone have anything further to add regarding the TNT Championship match? I open the floor now to anybody.
Walter, you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I wish this match opened the show. It would have made the show for me 100 times better. Especially because of this match. I think match, and I mean, this is all the intricacies of being a booker, right? Match card, match placement. I really think, and I wish he would have placed this match. I either placed this match or the Mox match somewhere else. I think having this too close to each other took a little bit out of it for me. I would have loved to see this. If this match opened the show, I think my enjoyment of it would have been better, right? Because I think if this opened the show and then again, hindsight 2020, now that we saw what we got, if this match opened the show and Pac and Darby wasn't on the show or they were on the pre-show, it would have made for a more enjoyable card. But other than that, this match was good. It was all right. I really thought that Kyle was going to hold on, but I guess not. So it's going to kind of be good to see what they do with Kyle. I know that we did talk about the best of 7 series with him and Mark, but I think after the little backstage segment that we saw, I don't think we're getting that 7th and deciding match at World's End.
Look at that.
That's a nice title. I you know what? I appreciate Tony going back to this because we've seen the TNT title in different iterations. Yep. We've seen it with Jack Perry. We saw it with Scorpio Sky. I actually like the Scorpio Sky the one the most.
Yeah, I agree.
His and Miro's, I thought were great.
Championship.
And even the red, even when it was all like the pre-built, like just the red strap.
The original.
But I think this is in my top 3. I think this is in my top 3 Briscoe Championship for the fact of the camo strap on it. It was really nice. It really popped.
That boy always ready for war, man. And he always man up, keep fighting, so can't fight no more, and keep fighting. Can't be happier for this boy. All right, boy. Walter, you're up, man. Go ahead and talk about Mark Briscoe in the TNT Championship. And hell of a run by Kyle Fletcher, though. Again, didn't beat the record, but he's tied the record now for most consecutive defenses in a single run. 8 defenses in a span of 4+ months is nothing to shy about. And we already know what's ahead for him. We'll talk more about that here shortly. But go ahead and give your thoughts towards Mark Briscoe, the new face of TNT.
It was an awesome match. If anybody deserves it, it is definitely Mark Briscoe. And it would have made no sense to force him to join the family. So I think it was the right call. I should have thought of that when I did my picks. But I mean, we saw screwdrivers, barbed wire tables, regular table. What didn't we see? I felt like I was watching a Darby Allin match rather than a Briscoe match.
I don't think there was a Singapore cane, actually.
Yeah. But I mean, it was awesome. I'm so glad for Briscoe. It was some of the spots were so dangerous with the damn screwdriver. But I can't wait to see what the future holds with what was announced later, because now we know why this was so important. And I think I know why they did the order, because it makes more sense for what was announced later, because he would be pissed off and then announce what was announced coming up later, because it was pure emotion. If they did it earlier, he would have had time to calm down and think, and it wouldn't have made more sense to join what he joined later.
Very good. All right. Well, good job, everybody. Again, congratulations to Mark Briscoe, the new face of TNT. I'm so damn happy for that boy. He's come so far. Again, a guy's been a tag team specialist his whole life. Not too far away from that beer den. He and his brother both can do this business, man. I'm just saying. Couldn't be happier for Mark Briscoe. Congratulations. All right, moving on from there. It was a $1 million trios affair as Josh Alexander and the Young Bucks took on Kenny Omega and Jurassic Express. And the Wheel of Fortune led to promise in solving a $1 million puzzle that was Kenny Omega and Jurassic Express. As to your point, the Young Bucks and Josh Alexander, they did get a win. There's not a whole lot to say about this match. There was some great spots, but it was more psychology because you know how great these 6 men are already. I mean, again, Luchasaurus is the most agile big man inside the ring. Kenny Omega, though, the story of this match, though, was that left ankle, and Josh Alexander kept preying on it like a shark to water. As things really escalated here, points to the Young Bucks that Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks did not want to confront each other until the end of the day. Hey, we're competitors. It's bell to bell on the ring, man. We got to do what we got to do. At one point, Josh Alexander was telling the Young Bucks, get out of your head. Help me handle Omega. Omega, of course, went for Alexander for the You Can't Escape, but his ankle gave out again as he missed the moonsault. Bucks came in to take down Omega, and Jack Perry, of course, over the top rope, reversed to a head scissors. Jack Perry has gotten extremely proficient, even more better in that ring, it feels like. Alexander avoiding a V-trigger, chopping Omega at the left knee so he can lock in an ankle lock. Shit's what happened Wednesday Night Dynamite. Bucks grabbed Omega for the BT trigger while Omega was trapped in the ankle lock. They finally hit it as we thought this was going to be it. And Nick took out Luchasaurus on the outside while Matt tried to hold Jack Perry back from breaking up the ankle lock. Omega makes it to the ropes, though. And again, this was deep into this match with all the constant flying and Rick Nance can't keep control of who's legal. Galore nonsense you expect in these type of matches involving the Elite, or what was the Elite. At one point, Luchasaurus countering a flipping pile driver attempt. Josh Alexander and Nick were down the outside. Luchasaurus sent Jack Perry over the top of the Hurricane Rana on Matt. Jurassic Express at the counter an extinction on Nick, but Alexander saved him in the nick of time. We thought this was it. We thought that they had the match won.
I hate giving Young Bucks credit, but the fucking reversal of the Doomsday device and how they landed on their feet, or that was crazy.
I don't know how they do it, bro. I wish I could tell you how. I don't freaking know.
Or whatever they were. Was it the Doomsday? They were on his shoulders and they flipped out of it and still landed on their. I don't know how they did it.
Yeah, Luchasaurus and Omega put the Bucks on their shoulders for the Doomsday device when Jack Perry came off the top of the Bucks, landed on their feet. It was a super kick party inevitable at that point. And then we had Josh Alexander inadvertently, of course, nailed by the super kicks. Omega finished off Josh Alexander on the outside of One-Wing Angel. But back in the ring, the Bucks hit Jungle Jack Perry with a BT trigger and got the victory and won $1 million. But to Ash's simple wrap up earlier, family outweighed monetary. After the match, the Don Callis family are about to celebrate their only win tonight with their newest members at the expense of Kenny Omega, leaving him prone and alone with a bad leg. Bucks seemed conflicted as Don Callis was carrying them up the entranceway with the money in tow as the fans chanted, "You sold out." They didn't sell out. They didn't buy in. They left. As the Bucks threw the money down, charged the ring, took the family out with super kick parties, and reunited, or at least tried to, with Kenny Omega. At first, they didn't think they were going to get it as he struggled to his feet, and the Bucks offered handshakes. He sucked away, and instead, Shades of Dominion 2017, the three-man embrace. The original Elite is back together, and with the good graces of Jurassic Express, Luchasaurus and Jungle Jack Perry. As Kenny and the Young Bucks have reunited and all went out the same babyface tunnel, and Don Callis looked absolutely disgusted. Does anyone have anything further to add regarding the reuniting of the Elite and what this means going forward for Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, and Jurassic Express? The floor is now open to both of you. Walter, let's start with you.
I'm sticking to my shtick and still booing them, man. I'm not cheering for the Young Bucks. But no, it was cool the way they did that and reunited. I guess in the end, money isn't everything. So, I mean, it was nice to see.
Nick, anything you want to add further regarding that? I think more so this match was about story and angle than in ring, and it sure as hell was more about the money than about the money.
Yeah, no, it was a good match. I really was shocked that I thought Kenny and Jurassic Express were going to win. I didn't think that the Bucks were going to win. So it was a very good thing of unpredictability. So it was really nice to see. It was a good match. So we got the Elite back together. Now, it's the question of will they be the ones to take down? Like, I feel like it's time the Don Callis family comes down a peg.
I agree.
So will the Elite be the ones to take down the Don Callis family? Great things to look forward to. It was all good just the same.
Yeah, and again, it's not the first time we've seen, of course, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks come together, and they were stronger than ever. And the numbers game aside, because you look at the sides, you got 5 against 7 or 8 right now. And the Don Callis family, being perfectly honest here, and it might become way less than that based on the announcement that we'll talk about here following this match. But overall, again, it was a great match. It was everything I expected it was going to be, with the story of the Young Bucks at the forefront of losing everything, a victim of their own selfish sins and evil ways, and now trying to basically be absolved of them after who knows how freaking long. And we'll see if there'll be peace when they are done. Carry on, wayward sons. All right. Congratulations, though, as much as I hate to say it, though, to the Don Callis family. And I guess if nothing else, Josh Alexander just became $1 million richer.
Legally speaking, I know kayfabe and wrestling and all that. They can still make claim to that $1 million because they still won the match, regardless of what the Don Callis family says.
A fair point. That's a fair point. Well, again, profits be damned. I mean, it is what it is. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the semi-main, the AEW Women's World Championship. A match that was going to defy AEW's women's division and my investment in the product, as you all know it. Chris Statlander dropping out of the sky with a spaceship in her entrance. Freaking love that, by the way. As the Cosmic Killer looked to make her way to the ring and show she is the absolute focus on the most important thing in All Elite Wrestling. As Mercedes Moné was going after her second attempt to win the AEW Women's World Championship. To think that most people had the champion as the underdog, not me, is a freaking ridiculous crying shame to the fact Mercedes Moné holds the secondary title. You don't put the World Championship underneath a mid-belt. Just saying. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, as Chris Statlander so pointed out during her post-media scrum. There was no filling out process. We were straight to war as the bell rung. Statlander, showing her strength, took Moné down, nailing her with a standing moonsault for a near fall. Moné sent Statlander to the outside, followed up with a dive. Statlander catching her, though, marching Moné on her shorts up the steel ring steps, because stats were attacked. Saturday night, damn it. Moné, of course, though, they fought to the top rope where Statlander hit a massive superplex, went for the 450 from a different corner, missed a massive way as she went to the floor, clutching her left arm. And I was like, oh, fuck me. After the referee was going to check on her, Mercedes Moné preyed on her like a predator to a weakened, vulnerable prey, smelling blood in the water. Statlander insisted she could continue, and immediately it was nothing but a non-stop, full frontal assault on that injured arm. After hitting a meteor before stomping on that arm, she is a Shayna Baszler style, pointing the elbow. As Moné got her back in the ring for a near fall and immediately went after her Fujiwara armbar with joint manipulation, shades of the bruiserweight Pete Dunne. Gotta get credit to do with that freaking in-ring IQ. Moné continued to remain in control on a relentless, vicious assault, the most focus I've ever seen in her wrestling career, constantly on Statlander's arm, as the champion was in huge trouble for the duration here. A moment, though, with a great closing out of nowhere out of the corner with her right arm, though, gave Statlander a chance to regroup. It was a one-arm woman in an ass-kicking contest, legitimately. As Moné was able to go for a cross arm breaker, drop the arm across the legs, bent it between her feet, and of course push it forward and pop it out of its socket. You know how that goes, Walter. And then went for a tornado DDT for a near fall as Moné started unraveling here. The quivering lip, the desperation, the constant assault showed how focused Mercedes Moné was in this rematch from last year's Full Gear. As she went for the Three Amigos, this was absolutely insane. In honor of her 13 championships in her portfolio, looking for 14, Walter can say it in Spanish, Mercedes Moné hit 14 consecutive German suplexes. 14 amigos. That is absolutely nuts. And
Amigas.
Thank you for that. Of course, gender oriented. As of
Mhm.
course, Monet took far too long, though, fun how much energy she took out of herself in doing that, going up to the top for the frog splash, and came down on Statlander's boots as she never attacked the champion's legs. Statlander once again kicked herself into another gear and fought up against Monet with a frontal assault, clotheslines, big running kick, one arm slam for a 2 count, as of course she could not get off her strength into it because she couldn't bear the weight. As we saw Monet come back, draping Statlander's arm over the top rope, continuing to stomp away at it, trying to make sure she couldn't use that arm at all, even lift it. Statlander was able to take her down with a blue thunder bomb on the outside. Both women were down. Following this, there was a sunset flip powerbomb following backstabbers in the turnbuckle as Monet continued forward. And again, charge bang at Statlander, flying out of the corner with a massive layer of desperation. Both women were down here. The drive to prove who was the most focused and the best here in the women's division of AEW was on full display here in the most competitive women's match this year. And you can literally look at the time and the tail of the tape. Monet went back on Statlander's arm, though, for Statlander to come back with a belly-to-belly shades of someone else that knows a thing or two about dealing with this boss and trying to take over the championship, let alone someone coming back from a leg injury, a torn ACL, a nod to Bailey. And then went for a statement maker of her own, but Monet immediately reversed into her own statement maker. Both women jogging for position and submission hold. Statlander powered her way back up to her feet, climbed the top turnbuckles with Monet on her back. And kid, to your point, Walter, a super rib breaker from the top. But she was too hurt to go for the follow-up pin. And of course, that allowed Monet to try and avoid Saturday Night Fever, which she did, continuing to try and roll out of it, but was unable to get the footing and the hold. As Statlander transitioned to a seatbelt pin, Monet kicked out, and Monet went for that move. Follow up with a package pile driver that thought the match was over, and I was going to say there's a God he is kind. No, Monet was able to find a way to get a hand on the rope. As she kicked Statlander from the top and went for a Meteora, Statlander caught her and shifted her onto the shoulders. Monet, though, hit her with a freaking poison Rana and follow-up knees to the face against the rope. Statlander still kicked out. And Monet, I don't think I've seen her this unravel in her AEW career. As she was wondering what the hell she needed to do, went for the Monet maker. Statlander desperately trying to fight back, gets out of the gory special position. The both trade for pile drivers, counter for counter, kicking back as hard as they can. Statlander escaping Monet, running her into the turnbuckles, preventing the Monet maker, snatched Monet from the top, and nailed her finally with Saturday Night Fever. Fuck you, doubters. Fuck you, haters. And fuck you, JJ, for not understanding the value of Chris Statlander in AEW. As, I kid you not, I called it, I stood by it, and I commanded and preached it. Statlander, 1 year later, has arrived and Mercedes Monet for the first time, retaining the AEW Women's World Championship and the only singles loss ever in Mercedes Monet's career. That was Mercedes Monet's second chance, 0-2 for the big one, as Statlander claims her 82nd AEW singles win, the most in the AEW's women's roster. The hardest working, most evolved, most valuable player is still the face of AEW, and her name is Chris Statlander. Damn it! God, I'm so fucking happy for this shit. Oh, man. And I love this freaking match. This was an absolutely incredible match. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Chris Statlander was the best thing that happened to Mercedes Monet in her AEW career, pushing her to her limits, and 1 year later, I think it's safe to say Chris Statlander has arrived being Mercedes Monet. With wins over both Thomas Joy Storm and Mercedes Monet, she has beat the top echelon of the AEW Women's Division. I can't wait to see who she faces next. Let's go ahead and get y'all's thoughts on this and the future of the Women's World Championship. Nick, I will start with you. Enough said. Walter, it speaks for itself how important this was for all of us here as fans of AEW. Go ahead.
I was 99% sure that Statlander was going to retain, but that 1% had my blood pressure higher than I don't know what. I literally almost fucking died live on air. Like,
oh, I saw.
I was uncharacteristically quiet during this match because I could not take this crap. Like, I was like, there's no way they do this to me, please. But That match was awesome to the point that I rewound in the middle of the broadcast. I rewound the ending like twice just to see it again, just to see Mercedes get pinned again. The awesome match. I've never seen Mercedes as focused as she was ever. To her credit, that woman focused on that elbow and that arm harder than I've ever seen her in any other match. That's a beautiful picture, by the way, and it definitely was Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Um, but I've never seen it, and it was the best thing ever. This stole match of the night for me, like, and that's saying something when Mercedes is involved, and I give you credit. Like the way these two, it was between Kyle O'Reilly's match and this match for match of the night. To me, to be 100% honest.
I respect that.
And
like that sign says, folks, it's Saturday night because that's where it's at. Damn it, with one arm, might I add. Congratulations, Chris Statlander. You fucking finally did it.
The fact that she did that with one arm is ridiculous. I can't wait to see who's next. I really can't.
This is my favorite women's champion right now in the professional wrestling business, bar none.
And what does that say to the TBS title contention? Seeing with their own eyes, that, hey, she can be beat. So somebody's got to step up and be able to take these titles.
Well, we keep talking about Willow Nightingale, the woman that she took it from. And to your point, Walter, again, we talked about focus. 250 small ones do not equate to the one big one. Statlander is the woman in AEW, not Mercedes Moné. It's quality over quantity. It's evolution versus repetition. And Chris Statlander on her year of reformation proved that last night at Full Gear, beating Mercedes Moné. Congratulations again to still the AEW Women's World Champion, Chris Statlander. Thank the Lord up above. Okay.
Right.
As we go backstage to something else that also made Walter's blood pressure go up in a positive manner, Don Callis' family, of course, with Hechicero, Okada Takeshita. Talking about the greatness of his family, which is developing an argument about Okada Takeshita, as Callis reminds everyone that Okada has to defend his title in the Continental Classic, being defending Continental Classic champion. Of course, we also know that Takeshita said he will be involved in the Continental Classic, which then brought Kyle Fletcher complaining about not getting any help during his match. Kept wondering about Protokada? It wouldn't be a championship for long, though, that Marcus is going to have because he is entering the Continental Classic as he left the scene bloody, beaten, pissed off. And Okada says, this is your fault. This is your fault what happened to Kyle Fletcher. Bitch. And he walked off. So there you go, folks. Your first three entries officially in the Continental Classic. Kyle Fletcher, Kenozi Takeshita, and Kazuchika Okada.
Dude, that was Takesha's chance when Okada said what he said and walked away and they had the camera on him. If he should have just said bitch and walked away, it would have been like the most perfect thing. Like, I feel like they missed the opportunity. He should have just ad-libbed it and just said it.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask a question here to Nick. Let's see if we can figure out the placements here. Nick, do you think they need to put all three men in the same block? Kyle Fletcher's always going to share a block with one of these two men. And do you think that it should come down to maybe Kyle Fletcher and Takeshita being a critical match towards the block winners in the Continental Classic?
I think they should be opposite brackets or opposite blocks because I think we've said it a million times. The end game of this is Okada Takeshita. So, I mean, Takesha's going to have to put down Kyle in order to get there. So I think that will just cause more tension in the Don Callis family and just plays to that whole will they break up kind of thing. So I think they have to be on opposite sides of the bracket.
All right. Well, I guess, again, we'll find out soon enough. And again, folks, stay tuned. We'll be covering it this Wednesday night on AEW. Thanksgiving Eve Dynamite when the Continental Classic begins. And for the first time ever, the SRS will be reliable in bringing you coverage of the entire Continental Classic tournament. So stay tuned. All right. Well, that being said, it all came down to this at AEW Full Gear after that, as we got into our main event for the AEW Men's World Championship. Hangman Adam Page defending the gold against Samoa Joe inside a steel cage. And of course, we saw him and that Page came out with a new theme with red in his eyes, looking for his own Red Dead Redemption, as the Ops Dojo members that we saw during the Tailgate Brawl flanked Samoa Joe before, of course, we saw Page have a very unique theme music. It might be noted, by the way, that Page still has plenty of tape still around his ribs, as we, of course, pointed out. As this match was basically being prepared, we saw immediately Samoa Joe had a bloody laceration on his forehead as Page sent Joe face first into the steel cage. And he went after it by pounding away Joe in the corner, taking his boot off and beating the hell out of Samoa Joe, since what he did to Katsuyori Shibata, slip off, and of course, Powerhouse Hobbs sending him off a balcony to electrical equipment. This was an extremely aggressive, bloody, violent revenge affair at first by him and Page against Samoa Joe. Then again, Samoa Joe bleeding, you're just engaging a killer. There's a reason why it's called the Ultimate Samoan Submission Machine. As Joe fought back with chops and forearms before rigging the eyes of Heyman and Page, he sized him and sent Page face first to the steel, and the cut on Joe's head seemed to be getting worse as we saw the Crimson Mask War of the Night. Joe continued to throw everything at Heyman and Page, which caused Heyman and Page to finally bleed. Joe then sandwiched Page between the ropes and the cage and nailed him with the enziguri. That enziguri explosive by Joe at this age is still fucking ridiculous. And then raked Page's face across the steel like a cheese grater. Things continued to escalate from there, as again, in this match, escape means nothing, only way for the pinfall submission. Both men are locked inside the cage, I want to remind you. And Page, and they both got one letter off. Page punched his way free, only right into a lightning-fast power slam. The way that Joe just hooks you for that, for a nice near fall.
Yeah.
With the blood being spilled by both men, as the canvas tells a better story than I can, the simple summary, significant strikes sent Samoa Joe into the metal supports that keep the cage upright. Hit it so hard there was a massive mark on the cage as well. I'm pretty sure they're still wiping it up as we speak. As Page got caught and down into Joe's coquina clutch, although he couldn't stitch all the way, like you pointed out, Walter, he didn't have the grip, and Joe escaped his own move. Hit with Uranagi out of the corner, took the turnbuckle pad off, and Page on the top rope looking for the muscle buster. Page was able to escape. As Joe fought his way to the top again, Page came out with a sunset flip powerbomb. Shibata came down, though, for the mind games, grabbing the championship as he looked at him inside the locked cage door. Climbing the cage, Eddie Kingston came out in a staff uniform to pull Shibata off and fought him in the back, while Paul Turner was inadvertently crushed against the cage and taken out. No referee, both men locked in. Eventually, with a bad ribs, bad neck, bad back, him and Page was able to hoist Samoa Joe for the Deadeye for at least an 8 count, but there was no official. Powerhouse Hobbs coming back from the hospital, though, ripped the damn log off the cage door, and I can just see the fear or the shock, you tell me, in Page's eyes. As he ended with the AEW World title, Page, though, was ready to fight. Again, he said he would go for death for this championship, and he did fight him off, but Joe was ready. Catching Page with a coquina clutch, incapacitating him, but Page escaped again, running Joe into the exposed turnbuckle that Joe exposed earlier, and finally hitting a buckshot lariat. To your point, couldn't do it earlier. Cage door was open. He had just the right area he needed to hit it, but the ref was still down. As Hook came down and raked the official, but not for him and Page's help. It was never the plan, as Hook smiled and grabbed the AEW World Championship and smashed him and Page across the fucking face. As Hook took his jacket off to reveal, he is never lacking. He always and still has been the Ops. And it was clear he never left the group, as Samoa Joe hit him and Page with the same move post-match at WrestleDream, a muscle buster on the championship, as the referee regained consciousness. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, new and two-time AEW Men's World Champion is Samoa fucking Joe. Wow. Before we talk about the post-match, you know what? Fuck it, because I think the post-match added to this, and I think it all just goes together. Samoa Joe, once again, men's AEW World Champion, thanking Hook, embracing him as the Ops and members of Ops Dojo see a prone, fallen, bloody, broken, battered, bruised, former men's AEW World Champion down on the mat. The lights, they went out. And we're wondering, okay, what's happening here? What's happening here? What's happening here? And a video came on the screen showing a house on fire. Whose house? As Prince Nana appeared at the top of the ramp, and Swerve Strickland came back. The most dangerous man in AEW, who took a spot from him and Page 2 years ago to make his own at Full Gear in a Texas death match. Two men that defied each other's careers for the worst over the last calendar plus year and a half, 2 years, excuse me. As Swerve Strickland came back, never took his eyes on Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe, seeing a ghost of his past, as Swerve got to the Infinite Joe, presented Hangman to Swerve Strickland and his way to the ring. As he pointed out what happened to Paige, Swerve constantly entered. Again, one-man army, doesn't give a fuck. The Op standing there. Swerve slowly removed his jacket, jacked more than ever, walked towards him and Paige, and then nailed one of the members of the Ops dojo straight in the face. As Joe the Ops retreated up the ramp, Swerve literally cleaned the house with those dojo people, including breaking one of their arms. Damn. And Paige literally stopped one final member from attacking Swerve from behind and stood shoulder to shoulder, you heard me right, with his greatest rival, Swerve Strickland. The two men that found peace with a steel chain passed off at AEW All in Texas, now side by side at the stage where they first both arrived in this rivalry forever together. Cena and Samoa Joe up the entranceway as the new men's AEW World Champion. What the fuck does this mean as we head towards a new beginning and forge towards World's End through the Continental Classic, as you see two former AEW World Champions looking at the Ops who now hold the gold. And that is the way that AEW went off the air. Let's go ahead and get y'all's thoughts toward this Men's World Championship main event and the return of Swerve Strickland and what's next for the Hangman. Nick, I will start with you.
Yeah, it's a great way to close the show. I didn't see the Hook stuff coming. Honestly, I didn't. It was great for that surprise, that unpredictability. It was that unpredictability that I wish we got in the Casino Gauntlet. But having the whole Hook thing, that was great. Seeing Joe win the title I was very surprised, because I mean, now where does this leave? Where do they go from here, and how does MJF's contract come into play? Mm-hmm. The return of Swerve. I said Swerve in the Gauntlet, but I guess they wanted to do Swerve here.
That was spot nonetheless, though, but continue.
Great. Listen, everybody was shitting on Swerve's theme music. That sounded like a banger.
Oh, that's a banger track. People don't know what music is. They probably listen to Def Ram and call that real music. Continue.
Yeah, like that was actually a really that was catchy too. I hope Nana does a different dance though. I'd like to see him switch up the dance a little bit.
Yeah, I thought he was trying with a different dance, and then he went into full swerving mode. Continue.
Yeah. The fact that we saw Swerve in this spot, I mean, the last time we saw Swerve, there must have been creative pivots, because the last time we saw Swerve, Wardlow was the one who took him out, and now
Correct.
Wardlow is out. So to swerve it and put him into this is a really good move. We need some main event talent, and I'd like to see where it goes. Yeah, Joe being the champion, a two-time champion now.
Look at that face. God.
Yeah, dude. And again, it's just match placement. The fact that it was good that we had the Mercedes match in the middle of this and Kyle's match, because it gave us a little bit of a buffer. Yeah, overall, this was a good. Makes you want more. This angle makes you want more. And I couldn't say anything, just real quick, couldn't say anything about the Mercedes match because I had my in-laws here for a quick second.
Oh, but please, go share your thoughts.
I loved it. Was a great match. It was the right outcome, and it plays into the story. It just, again, it plays into that story that we've been talking about. She can win. She can be 20 belts, Monet.
Mm-hmm.
Until she's worried about all these other titles and promotions rather than the one. She can't get the one. And I feel like this will send her spiraling. When she eventually loses the TBS title, oddly enough, I think she drops it at World's End. that's when her world will start coming to an end.
Well said, man. And that's Nick's wrap up for the Women's AEW Championship. Again, that's where it's fucking at. Thank Christ Almighty. I'm so damn happy for this professional wrestler and this human being. And that being said, Samoa Joe, good Jesus Christ. What a killer that literally looks like the most lethal man you'll see in wrestling. Would you want to face that man right now? Nope. Big old nope. But apparently these two men, the eyes of the Heyman, tell the story. This is going to be something to behold that's going to move forward. Walter, your closing thoughts on the Men's World Championship match and the return of Swerve Strickland. What does this mean for Heyman and Swerve versus the Ops Army, you might as well say? Never lacking. This really has changed AEW into a whole different direction.
This was a freaking awesome match. And that blood, the way Samoa Joe was bleeding, made him look more badass than ever. I don't know how it was even possible to make Samoa Joe look more badass than he already is. It's fucking Samoa Joe, but it made him look super badass. But I didn't see him winning the title. Like that was shocking to me. So like awesome day. When Hook came out, for some reason I had a feeling he was going heel. It was just a weird, and I called it before it happened. And I was like, yeah, he's still part of the ops. Remember, Samoa Joe served as his mentor for the better part of a year. Like I just saw it. Like there's too much respect for him towards Samoa Joe, but I didn't see Swerve. I didn't see Swerve Strickland coming back. That was a total shock, and history is repeating itself because Swerve is the one who ended Joe reign before, and then Joe MJF. MJF is still walking around with the contract, so it's like these three are forever intertwined. Like I want to see what they do with it. Like I can't wait what's next. And I don't know where Heyman comes back. I guess he gets a rematch, loses that. Then I don't know what you do with him after that, to be honest.
Yeah, right. I mean, right now you got Heyman, MJF, Swerve, and Samoa Joe tied up in the AEW Men's World Championship, honestly. And Will Ospreay is another name that we haven't thought about right now because he's out right now. But Swerve came back on Full Gear. Imagine Will Ospreay coming back at World's End. Just saying. Nick, you unmuted for a moment. You have something else to say?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, now that looking forward, we can only speculate, but looking forward towards World End, do we get a triple threat match for the AEW World Championship? Do we get a fatal four-way? Do we get MJF coming back last minute and saying, I want my shot at World's End? I don't feel like Samoa Joe's reign is going to be a long reign. I feel like it will be a transitional champion. Like he will be a transitional champion, but that's okay. Mm-hmm. It's perfectly okay for sometimes to have that transitional champion. It's just a matter of that hurt. Just a matter of how we get there, right? Like I said, are we doing a triple threat match? Are we doing a four-way match? The only thing, and I'm not trying to put this out there. I don't want any more plunder matches. If we're getting I don't want. Give me, like, no plunder, no. Give me, like, if we're doing a four-way, let's just do a four-way and let's keep the material out of there. Give me a four-way wrestling match.
Yes. Well, I mean, again, yeah.
Yeah. It all depends. Like, there's a lot of ways they can go with this. This is a good thing. This unpredictability, and hopefully they capitalize.
Yeah, and again, with Samoa Joe now the AEW Men's World Champion, that puts AEW in a whole different direction. Remember, the last time Samoa Joe was Men's World Champion, he was waiting for his victims to literally earn their shot. And someone tells me you ain't gonna get no rankings here. You might just literally have to go through all the ops at this point. He's gonna run you for the gauntlet. There's no telling what Samoa Joe is gonna do now. But Samoa Joe is once again the most lethal champion and face of AEW, with Hook reuniting with him. There's no
the Ops has momentum, and that is fucking scary.
And the Death Riders was the freaking boogeyman. How about freaking Samoa Joe and the Ops?
If y'all think about Hook is going to be his attack dog too. Like he's going to take care of all his stuff. Like, yeah.
Well, I hope so. Now the question becomes, if Hook is rejoining the Ops, and I hope this is the case because it'll be kind of. I think it'd be like, oh, I see. Yeah. Now that Joe is the world champion, does he relinquish his Trios championship to Hook, just like Hook did it to Hobbs.
Ooh, that's a fair shout.
He might do that Wednesday. He might do it Wednesday.
Right?
We're going to hear from the champion. There's no denying that.
He's probably going to open the night.
And if he does that, I would not. Because remember, Hook was the Trios champion before Hobbs came in. And
Correct.
they gave his championship to Hobbs. So I'm thinking maybe Joe comes out on Wednesday and says, because I am the world champion and because Hook, you never lost your Trios champion, you can have mine and you can be the Trios champion. Thus having Joe worry about the world championship and having the Ops worry about the Trios titles.
So let me go ahead and present this question to you, Nick. Thinking about the Odds being the most lethal faction now in AEW, do you think there's an appropriate female that could join the Odds and become a foil to Chris Statlander?
And who the hell fits in the app?
Yes, there could be. I don't think you would go that route for the only fact of now that the Elite are back together and they're a trio, to add a woman in it, you're just copy and pasting the Death Riders. Have the Ops be their own thing. You could add a woman, absolutely. You could. I don't want her anywhere near anything. The Ops are a dangerous faction in and of themselves. They don't need anybody else to help them. You know what I mean?
Nah, I don't think it's so much of a help though with the Ops and like the Death Riders. At the end of the day, the Ops is a literal mentality. Never lie.
You really need a super badass woman, and Shafir's already involved in the Death Riders. It's like you need some kind of crazy you need
there's only two. Okay, if we're really going on this, there's only really two women that I think could work.
I mean, they don't necessarily join the Ops, but you think about an Ops mentality. That might be what they need now to stop Chris Statlander if she's willing to sacrifice her arm to beat Mercedes Monet at this point. Just saying.
There's only two women that really come to mind, and it's one woman that doesn't work for the company in Shayna Baszler.
Oh God.
Or and this you're going to be like, you could have a returning Mercedes Martinez.
Oh yeah, come on, that's a good shout. Of course, we haven't seen her in who knows how long. And as far as I know, she's still part of AEW. So
or long shot, have Athena drop the women's championship to Persephone. Have her join the Ops.
Or you can use anybody on the New Japan roster because those women are all badass.
Stardom, you're right.
Yeah, Stardom. Mm-hmm.
Be a Priestley.
Yeah, be a Priestley. I want Megan Bain versus Chris Statlander 1-on-1 for the AEW Women's World Championship.
Yeah. No, Megan needs her own shtick. Leave Megan alone.
Yeah,
Megan could lead her own faction.
Exactly.
This is accurate. This is accurate. The one thing that Megan Bain doesn't do that saves her mystique is she does not speak. She does not need to speak more than simply bow down. Her actions speak for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see like a Shayna Baszler. I can see a Mercedes and this is we're all just shooting names, right?
Well, yeah, because at this point you got two brand new world champions in AEW leading forward. Chris Statlander proved that Monet is not where it's at, and Samoa Joe has the men's world championship. And I'm all for seeing what's next for both these incredible champions. But again, it's all food for thought. All right. Well, that being said,
you got a lot of. Now that I said Stardom, you got a lot of badass women. I mean, damn. What the hell's her name? Inaba Tomoka. You could have her join. I mean, Lady C. You could have fucking Hina.
There's a lot of women that you can add into that, but I think
Cosmic Angels would fit any of them.
Not to mention, real quick, let's not forget, guys, Pro Wrestling Eve is an all-women's promotion in London, and Chris Statlander is still the Eve International Champion.
What's that girl? She went for a tryout She went for a tryout to WWE. She has like really long purple braided hair.
Oh, that's real. That's real. Yeah, that's Rena. You know what I mean? I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
You could be
Progress
her.
Women's champion.
Yeah, like there's a lot of women, but I just think adding you're just at this point with the ops, you would be shoehorning a woman just to shoehorn a woman in.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
a big. What's that bigger girl's name?
Bozilla?
No.
Where's it?
Ida Saya.
Oh yeah, she's a
Yeah.
freaking powerhouse. Yeah, the dragon.
Mhm.
That's a good one, Walter. Okay. What I love is the fact we have so much outlook and aspect towards who challenges for both the men and women's world championships, not just in AEW, but in its partners too. And at the end of the day, that's how you truly kick things the full gear for what's to come as we approach the end of the calendar year. So overall, congratulations to Samoa Joe, the new men's AEW World Champion, and welcome back, Swerve freaking Strickland. And wow, hey man, I can only imagine what's going through your mind right now. That being said, folks, that was AEW Full Gear. Let's go ahead and get our final takeaway on this pay-per-view before we conclude. Nick, I'll start with you. It did seem like a mixed bag, questionable booking aside, but how do you feel about AEW Full Gear overall last night, in hindsight?
It definitely had, for me, it definitely had its low points. They did have high points, but I mean, there are definitely questionable things that happened at that show that I wish they didn't, things that they would have changed. Overall, it wasn't a perfect show. It was a thumbs up show. I wouldn't necessarily, I'm not clamoring to go back and see the entire show, maybe a match or two. But yeah, overall, it was a good show. I would definitely give it, honestly, I'd give it a 6.5 out of 10.
All right. I respect that honest.
I think I'd give it, for me at least, I think there was just too much that I would want to change or do differently than what I got. And I guess that would be, you could scratch that up to me, expecting more, giving it such a high bar going into it.
That's usually the bar that AEW sets, though.
Yeah. So I would give it a 6.5, a 7 out of 10. Definitely room to improve. Definitely areas that they should have changed, and hopefully, come Wednesday, they do something different. I'm gonna bow out just because we got Rock and Ropes coming up at 7. So I'm gonna bow out and get ready for that.
Always a pleasure, Nick. We'll see you next on Shenanigans. Follow Nick's Ferrantes and follow our collaborative partners, the Rock and Ropes on the X. And stay tuned for Rock and Ropes with, of course, Rock and Ropes and Corny Fan 8876. Nick, have an incredible time. We'll see you later this week, if not for Thanksgiving Eve Dynamite. We'll see you after the holidays. So thank you so much, man. Take care.
Yeah, boys. Love you guys. Like I said, come check us out. We got Rock and Ropes at 7 p.m. Me, DJ, and Ropes. Bunch of other guys. Come on, check us out. See you guys later.
All right. Yep. X going to give it to you, and so will they. And then there was 2. Well, Walter, as we get ready to conclude this rousing edition of a modified Sunday Shenanigans, what's your final take away from AEW Full Gear last night?
This is why I love us. We all can have differences of opinion and still, get along. But I feel like it was fine. I like Full Gear. Yeah, there was a couple of matches that took me out, but for me, man, AEW is always worth the money that they deliver, man. I'm telling you, it's like FedEx. AEW might as well be brought to you by FedEx. It delivers. I'm telling you. And the thing that perfect for me is that it ended with so many who's next or what's next for this and who's next for that I can't wait. And the fact that they teased the damn Continental Classic coming up, and Okada and Takesha are gonna meet finally, and I cannot fucking wait. And to answer your question, you asked Nick, keep them on opposite sides of the bracket so that it could be, because I feel like Kyle Fletcher and Takesha should be the semifinal, the match right before they get to Okada. Like that should be, because then it's like, ooh, how's this gonna happen? I feel like I said it again. Watch, it's gonna be Takesha versus Kyle O'Reilly in the match before Okada. That's going to be the semifinal match, and then the winner of that It's going to be Takesha, and then it's going to be Takesha Okada. Watch. Remember I said it. That's how they're going to do it. O'Reilly has to be in the opposite.
All right. Well, we'll see if your premonition comes to fruition. But one thing for sure, you and I cannot wait to see who's involved in this tournament and what the brackets will be. And stay tuned, folks. Again, we will be previewing and covering this entire tournament this year, one way or another, all the way.
You imagine Brian Dennison gets off the table. He's one of the members in there.
Oh, God. Stop it. Stop it. We need him on commentary. The best thing to happen in AEW commentaries is who knows when. All right. Well, thank you for that, Walter. And overall, like I said, I'm a simple man, but there is nothing right now on the Western Front that delivers a passion out of me like pay-per-views brought to you by All Elite Wrestling. I couldn't be happier to see Chris Statlander retain the AEW Women's World Championship. Kyle O'Reilly showed his merit, showed his grit, showed his craft violently. This women's division is stacked with dynamic, aggressive, beautiful personalities, tag and singles wise. You have no idea what's ahead. Mark Briscoe finally getting what he deserves. Kyle Fletcher getting in a whole different direction. FTR once again showing that they are the best tag team possibly going this generation professional wrestling. And overall, you had fun and humor at the tailgate brawl. Time be damned, I did not had a single moment where I wavered and I wasn't in dissatisfaction. I loved this show. And Full Gear, when it was originally just a 4, was always my pay-per-view of the year. I don't know the same about college pay-per-view of the year because we had so many great matches, and I'm sure I'll talk more about that in my year-end simple takeaway in my simple opinions. But this was definitely one of the top 4 AEW pay-per-views for me this year. No doubt about it. And there's one pay-per-view left as we approach World's End. With that being said, we're finally approaching the end of this episode of Shenanigans. So thank you again for tuning in. As I simply say, AEW, well done at Full Gear. What a show. And thank you all for tuning into this show. Hope you all enjoyed the conversation and the outlook and the analysis. What was your biggest takeaway from AEW Full Gear last night? If you watched it or heard us cover it, what's your takeaway from Erwine's interview with Tony Khan? What are your hype statements towards the future of the AEW Men's and Women's World Championships and the Continental Classic? What are you grateful for this holiday season from All Elite Wrestling or professional wrestling in general? Damn it. Love to hear your thoughts in the comments as we get ready to conclude. Walter, I don't know how the fuck we continue to do this. I don't know why we continue to add more on our freaking load for the love of wrestling, damn it. But we are
we still got gaming to come.
Damn right. We'll level up here pretty soon, but I'm pretty sure we're about to approach the end of this game round before it goes game over, and we are not going to continue. Let's go ahead and get out of here and finally get some rest on this fine Sunday Eve. So let's go ahead and tell where the people can find you, should subscribe to you, and of course, follow and engage with you indefinitely. A pleasure, my friend.
Sure, you can catch me at the bread and butter of it all, the Rage and Wrestling YouTube channel. If you want to follow me on Instagram, up to you, Walter.Cruz.940, and the X is at Walter Alex Cruz. Please, let's get this trend in the lingerie lovers quarrel match. I put it, I tweeted it, I tagged Tony Storm, and I tagged Mina. Let's get this trending, dude. I want a reaction out of them.
You already got a reaction out of me, and God forbid if I didn't see Mina in that, I'm
It matches their character.
I mean, I'm sure you're not wrong.
I don't even know what that match means, but
this
I made it up.
This is the same channel that does show 50 Shades of Grey. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Walter. And my mind right now doesn't feel right, and I don't know if it's a good thing or not. But anyway, thank you, Walter, so much as always. And again, thank you all for tuning in. Oh, damn. Again, if you haven't already, follow us at the Pappelallee Studios. We have an X account. Follow at SRS Studios 2024 as we are kicking off the first ever Pappelallee Studios Wrestling Award. I believe that Babyface of the Year is currently going. I'm not sure what award it is going right now on the X. So follow us, give it a chance, give it a vote. Let us know your thoughts, your analysis, your opinions, of course. SRS Studios on the X. Follow us there today. And again, follow everybody here at the Pappelallee Studio family. We are continuing to try and be that one-stop reliable spot for you for professional wrestling coverage. You saw the banners up above. Here are the plugs once more. If you haven't already, you heard her earlier. Don't be a dickhead. Subscribe to Barry for Wrestling. That's Barry for Wrestling at Shabbat Ash on the X and Barry for Wrestling on YouTube. You heard what I said earlier about a pop culture podcast. This will be her partner, the Yellow Ranger, the Orange Ranger in this case, and the Pink Ranger. So follow Attila, the Mighty Morphin Pink Power Ranger at Rangers of Wrestling on the X, Instagram, and the Twix. Damn it. Get that off the screen. And again, stay tuned for more coverage of Power Rangers and wrestling takes when it's wrestling time by our own Attila here at the Super Reliable Studios. They were involved in the chat at the very beginning. One half of them was, but if you haven't already, follow the Dominguez, of course, on the social media, as you see there. Arlene Emmanuel Dominguez, as you see, the appropriate handles on the X and on Instagram. He wasn't here at all, but our own James Hebert. Follow him, J Hebert Side 95, on the X and on YouTube. And you can follow, of course, the work that he's been doing editing his documentary for his uncle, which makes him happy. Scan the QR code already if you haven't. And of course, you can see part 2 of The Greatest Coach You Never Heard Of, Gifts from God, The Presence of Greatness, the story of Gary Hubert. Follow the QR code, follow that story today. He just got done with part 2, working on part 3, and wrapping up with it, I believe, as we speak. He wasn't here at all. He chooses the host, but if you haven't already, subscribe to Regular Wrestling, JJ Williams. You can always find him at Casting Agent Studios, RLW JJ Williams on the X, Casting Agent Studio also on the X, and the Renegade JJ Williams on Instagram. He has a lot of great stuff coming up, including a take on music telling a story and more holiday movie reviews to come too as we enter the holiday season. So stay tuned for more on that. And speaking of more things, good old JM Jeff Motherfucking Meacham, of course, will be very busy this week, having a ton of fun with these upcoming appearances. Follow him on the Notic Review. Follow him on the Greg Cherry Show. Follow him when he joins me for City Predicting this Friday for the Survivor Series. And of course, he will be there live Survivor Series. We will have our own countdown with live music from our own friend here, Ariel, who will be performing songs including Not Limited to Earthquake, Somebody's Watching Me, and Till the Clock Strikes. So stay tuned for more on that as we present our own countdown here to Survivor Series next week, Saturday, for the duration of the afternoon to the evening before we cover it. And if you haven't already, subscribe and follow Jeff Meacham. We're launching the Jeff Meacham Network come next year, January 5th. There you see the hashtags right there. The biggest mouseketeer I've ever come to know here out of the Super Reliable Studios, Pappelallee, and absolutely appreciate him and definitely, of course, for it. And again, we talked about Ariel, buy her new album. There you see the QR code. There you see some of the songs that we're going to hear, as well as the rest on the track. So support Jeff Meacham's friend today. Support Ariel. She's a hell of a guitarist. I've listened to her work. I love what she does. Appreciate her, as always. Of course, she's always busy. You can find her at the Top Again social at the following dates. You see right there, of course, the 29th, 2 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. And again, that's all I got to say for now. On behalf of everybody here at the Super Studios family, friends, affiliates included. If you want to follow me, find me if you choose. I'm barely social, but you can find me and follow me on the X and on YouTube. Leading podcast discussions and super addicting panels as always here. Again, it's going to be a very busy week this upcoming week. We're covering the Continental Classic in full. We're going to start with Thanksgiving Eve Dynamite this coming Wednesday night. Stay tuned for more on that. Super addicting is 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Friday night following SmackDown for Survivor Series. All are welcome to join in. Just reach out to me or one of the friends of our studios, of course, on the X, on Facebook Messenger, or, of course, in the comments down below if you want to be part of that soiree. And speaking of friends that have been part of other activities here, last but certainly not least, follow the Big Baller, Big G. There you see the social medias, original Big G1, original Big G1, original Big G198, because Instagram fucking sucks. The biggest fan of Double J, Jeff Jarrett. And that's all I got to say for now, as I'm finally going to remind you and conclude in telling you there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no bears. Just fans or opinions with this passion we all share, whether we're working, whether we're simply hosting. And at the end of the day, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and also this week especially, be grateful and be thankful. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that. But with that being said, thank you so much once again for tuning into another rousing edition of a modified timed session of The Shenanigans here on Sunday. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. Hit the bell, big line man on any of the channels here at the Super Studios or any of the friends here. and hit the subscribe button. Again, you saw him earlier. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. I assure you, the commentary, the content, the reactions, the hashtags, the analysis, the honest, open, simple takes are not going to let up anytime soon. But finally, as we bid you here shortly adieu, I want to thank you once again for being along with us this entire weekend, this entire time, for the entire ride. Shout out again to James Keyword, who covered a JCW, GCW show, and shout out to the Wrestling Fish, Ryan, as well, part of course, the Wrestling Collective, and also have been a voice in and out of Rock and Ropes. And DJ, you rock, bro. Keep it up. But we're going to leave you for now. So until Tuesday, if no later than Wednesday, because we're coming AEW Dynamite on time live, guarantee you that. For everybody in the chat, for Charles, for Egg, for Darren, for Emmanuel, for Walter, who even added his own thoughts included, for Matt Helms, for Nathan Banks, for Lily, for Walter Cruz, for our Canadian friend Ash, for Nicholas Ferrantes, for the entire Sit Reliable studio family, I thank you all once again. So until next time, make a positive impact in life and have a good night. And thank you for once again tuning in to another rousing edition of the Sunday Shenanigans. Have a good night, folks. We will see you later this week for AEW Continental Classic. And remember, we are professional wrestling. Damn it.
Hashtag Lounge Ray Leper's Quarrel.
Will you fucking stop that?